Hello and welcome back to the Golisano Training Center here in Rochester, New York. We're at the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field Championships, graciously hosted by the Golden Flyers of Nazareth University. I'm Noah Drati alongside Will Lear, and we are excited to bring you all the action from day two. Will, this is the day when it counts. It's finals day.
Yesterday was the preamble. Today is the main event. We had a couple finals yesterday, some exceptional performances, but what really we got to see yesterday, Noah, was see what kind of form some of the main contenders are in, and also see some people elevate themselves from maybe some obscurity to in the conversation.
Absolutely. I think we saw a lot of the favorites cruise through the way we thought they would, but we also saw some new names jumping up the order list. Packed house today. Atmosphere is absolutely electric. Fans are looking ready to go, and they're in for a treat right off the bat.
One of the things that we love about NCAA track and field, specifically Division III track and field, is how far teammates, friends, and family will travel to support their team, their kids, their friends. And honestly, this was it was packed start to finish yesterday. There was not an event that there were butts in seats. People started to stand up very early, everyone lining the track, shoulder to shoulder. And we couldn't say enough about the vibes. Vibes were high yesterday.
Vibes were absolutely high, and your humble announcers had a really nice morning, too. We went out for a run around the Erie Canal.
America's first superhighway.
America's very first superhighway, and we just had a nice time. We've really been enjoying not just the atmosphere in the field house, but everything that Rochester has to offer.
Yeah, we went down to Canandaigua today to go see Lake Canandaigua, one of the Finger Lakes in the region. Absolutely beautiful, stunning scenery on the drive down there. A little bit breezy when we got down there, but that's okay. That's okay. It's that time of year. So, spring is trying to figure itself out.
It's okay. We are rested, refreshed, and ready to join in this celebration of Division III track and field. Our first event on the track today is going to be one of the highlights of the entire meet. We have the men's 60 hurdles.
Absolutely. We saw Rowan Hurdle U yesterday sort of dominantly execute to perfection the preliminary rounds. All four Rowan athletes are on the start line here. Rowan occupying fully 50% of the competitors in this hurdle final. And we have a very fantastic young man to watch on your screen there in lane 6, that yellow lane. That is none other than Jameer Brown.
Yeah, top 2 times in Division III, history to his name. Before we go into all the resumes here, just from our vantage point, we just saw kind of a cool interaction play out as these athletes took to the track. Their teammates were right around the tunnel, really gassing them up, really hyping them up, and I believe they were chanting "Hurdle U."
I believe that they were as well. You know, my ears did not play that many tricks on me. My eyes might be going, but my ears are still pretty strong, Noah. And Hurdle U is something that's been well adopted by the athletes and coaches at Rowan. They're taking that name to heart, and we'll see if they can capitalize on, being the preeminent hurdle school in Division III.
Absolutely. They certainly have an opportunity to go 1 through 4 in this final. Obviously, it's hurdles. Anything can happen, but that potential is on paper. Let's get into potential a little bit. I'm going to run you through the field real quick, and then we'll give you some of the highlights, of which there are many here. In lane 1, you're going to see Gunnar Meyer of Central College. In 2 is going to be Blake Hardison from Dubuque. Kwakunda Kruma is the innermost athlete from Rowan. Marquise Young is going to be at his outside. Jason Ekior, who has been to many national meets, the senior from Bethel. Jameer Brown, the freshman sensation from Rowan, goes in 6. Jason Aguimang, also from Rowan, rounds out that squad. He'll go in 7. And Noah Smith makes the final out in lane 8 from Nebraska Wesleyan. And let me just run through a few of these highlights, because this field is absolutely electric. Young from Rowan, he was 16th last year, but he's looking for his first All-American position, but he has been to 7 consecutive national meets in the hurdles. Jameer Brown, who Will mentioned, is the freshman sensation of the division. Ekior was 8th last year in this event. He's been as high as 2nd in this event, so he's knocking on the door as well. Been to 6 of these meets. Nkrumah was 6th place last year and won the 110, so he's a returning hurdle champion outdoors. Gunnar Meyer, it's his first national meet. He was 16th in the high jump, actually, last year, which is pretty interesting. And Jason Aguimang, who was 4th last year and 2nd in the outdoor 110. So, I feel like I'm just kind of throwing a lot at people when I do this, but it's hard not to in a field of this caliber.
Absolutely, and as these men take to the track on the backstretch here, again, we were sort of commenting yesterday how the layout of this track is a little bit strange. Usually the sprints are either down the center of the track or at least in front of the stands. The fans and coaches have to peer sort of across the entire facility to watch these short sprints, but we just are hearing the Rowan athletes start to get announced from the other side of the track, and their faithful are down in front of us to support with all of their might.
Absolutely. Will, Jameer Brown was not the top time coming into the final. Does that give you any cause for concern?
No, it didn't. Look, we watched him and his teammate go 1-2 in their prelim. I think that they were just out there to take care of business, and we saw that a couple different times in prelims yesterday where some of the top seeds were sort of looking around, running a little bit more reserved, saving some gas in the tank for today. I think that, this race is short enough, right? It's full gas all the time for this final.
As they take to their blocks, Will, do you think there's an intimidation factor to have 4 guys on the line if you're one of these other 4 competitors? Does it make you any more nervous to see a bunch of teammates out there just having a great time?
No, I got to imagine Coach brought all 4 athletes into a meeting and said, look, you guys are all running against each other. No one can compete with you. There was in the preliminaries, we had one athlete sort of wedge himself in between the 4 Rowan athletes, but I don't see anyone upsetting these guys, and I'm really actually looking forward to seeing Jameer Brown. He had shorts on yesterday, speed suit on today. He's full business.
They take to the blocks. We'll quiet down for the start. And we are away on day 2. Jameer Brown looking really good on the outside, but in the middle, Young is looking amazing. Across the line, it's too close to call. We turn our eyes to the board. They don't know either. Provisionally, it's looking like Jason Agumang is going to take it from Rowan, the junior, 7.76. Results are slowly populating. Rowan goes 1-2. The freshman Jameer Brown takes second in 7.80. Jason Ekior in third. Marquise Young in 4. Kwaku Nkrumah in 5. Rowan goes 1-2, 4-5.
This is almost exactly how the prelim shook out yesterday. We're seeing these guys now celebrate with one another. The teammates are so incredibly happy. Jameer Brown, while he did not come away with the national championship, getting a runner-up only to one of his teammates. These Rowan athletes at Hurdle U are pumped.
Absolutely. This is a great day. Another great day to be Hurdle U. Rowan just narrowly missed that 1-4, but shout out to Jason Ekior here. The national meet veteran actually had a great start, and he was pushing the race in the middle.
And these 4 men, obviously, they work out together every day. They're going through all of the hard yards of being excellent over these technical events. Short hurdles is so technical. It's obviously about speed. It's obviously about power, but it's about flexibility. It's about timing. And, man, these guys just really execute to perfection today. And hats off to Jason Ekior also for that 3rd place finish. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, super strong start from that athlete. Will be kind of interesting to see what plays out at Rowan over the next couple seasons. 2 of these athletes are seniors. We have 1 junior, and then obviously the freshman Jameer Brown. Hopefully he sticks around in Division III, and we get to watch him continue to develop.
Yeah, again, we saw all of the times for the top 5 athletes were faster than what they ran in their preliminary qualifying heats yesterday. We had Agumang yesterday, 8:01 in his preliminary round. Today, 7.76, which is leaps and bounds faster, but they knew what they had to do. And I think when you have a superstar stud like Jameer Brown amongst the rank and file of your team, you know what he's capable of, and you know exactly, that you got to bring your A game to beat someone that type of young talent. But congratulations to Jason Agumang, congratulations Jameer Brown, and congratulations Jason Ekior on the top 3 finishing.
Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and run you through the rest of the field, and then I think we'll probably toss it over to a break real quick. The women's 60 hurdle is scheduled to go off at 3:10 local time. So as we said, Agumang, Brown, and Ekior make your top 3, and the rest of those All-American positions, Marquise Young, Kwaku Nkrumah, Blake Hardison, Noah Smith, and Gunnar Meyer rounds out the top 8. He's from Central College. That's one event in the books, day 2 of these outdoor championships. We're going to step away and come back real soon with the women's 60 hurdles. And welcome back to the Golisano Training Center here at Nazareth University, home of the Golden Flyers, our gracious hosts for Day 2 action of these 2025 Indoor National Championships. We just witnessed greatness on the track in the men's 60 hurdles, and now we turn our attention to the women's 60 hurdles. And Will, we are going to crown a brand new champion this year. No returning champion in this field.
No, I think that also opens up the wealth of possibility for all these athletes. They know that someone from this field will be elevated from a potential. There will be a new champion crown, is what I'm trying to say here. And that, again, I think that's got to take a little bit of the pressure off. No one's out there trying to defend. Everyone's just trying to get there first. Absolutely.
There is some experience in this field, but there's also a few athletes who have never run in a national championship before. So I'm going to run you through lane assignments real quick, and then Will jump in here and give you a couple storylines to watch out for. In lane 1 is going to be Rachel Larson of Ithaca. In 2, Rin Brown, U Chicago. Lauren Seppa from Ithaca is going to be in lane 3. Ariana Garceau from UMass Boston in 4. Hannah Zastro from Stout in 5. Allison Hammond from Pacific out in Oregon is in 6. Jojo Tenissima from Wartburg in 7. And Catherine DeFoss, the sophomore from Springfield, is out in 8.
Yeah, we had 2 athletes that sort of separated themselves from the rest yesterday in terms of times run in their prelim heat. Ariana Garceau from UMass Boston. This is her first indoor nationals ever, running the fastest qualifying time of 8:49. Right behind her was Allison Hammond from Pacific, also the first time ever qualifier for that university. And then also we cannot count out Hannah Zastro. Hannah Zastro was second last year and in 2022. She's a 7-time All-American. She is no stranger to what it takes to perform well at a national championship. So my eyes are on those 3 athletes as they prepare to get into the blocks.
Absolutely. After being second in this event twice, you got to believe if you're going to win a national championship, in Zastro's mind, it's got to happen right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, in Division III, there are not always new contenders popping up out of nowhere, as we saw in that men's race with Jameer Brown. And so Zastro, I think, is probably considered the favorite here. But, with the excellence and performances that a couple of these women dropped in the prelims yesterday, they elevated their names from maybe a little bit of obscurity to in the conversation, as we talked about earlier.
Absolutely. We take to the blocks. Your humble announcers here will quiet down and wait for the start.
Garceau in 4, Zastro in 5, Hammond in 6.
Athletes are away in the women's 60-meter hurdles. Strong start in the middle of the track. Zastro is looking good, but also Hammond on the outside is making a hard charge. But in the middle of the track in 4, I believe that was Ariana Garceau who may have taken it. She's got her hands over her head. She can't believe it. Garceau steals it in a personal best 8:35.
That was an incredible run. Shot out of a cannon out of the blocks and just smooth over all the hurdles. Garceau, Hammond, and Zastro all ran very clean races, but towards the latter half of the race, those last 3 hurdles, Garceau just started to accelerate and move faster and faster and faster, popping that lead leg down, charging between the hurdles, and coming away with a huge personal best in her first national championship. Unbelievable.
Absolutely. Ariana Garceau takes the championship back to UMass Boston. Man, that's a prime example of why you run the race.
You can see the surprise, the shock and awe on her face right now. She can't believe what just happened. Where did that performance come from? That's the magic of a national championship now, when there's so much to run for. You dig super deep. You dig deeper maybe than you ever thought possible, and that's where these performances are elevated.
Absolutely. She had a 6th place finish to her name in the 100 hurdles outdoors, but this was her very first national meet, going up against some serious star power that we described before the race, but no intimidation factor there. She absolutely crushed it.
No, definitely not. And now, obviously, the sights will be set on her, a lot of expectation going into outdoors as one of the favorites to repeat, or not repeat, but to potentially double down on those national championships in the short hurdles. But, man, someone who came 6th last year outdoors, winning an indoor national championship in the 60 hurdles, that is a shocker to me.
Absolutely. We see her walking around the infield up from our vantage point in the booth, and she's got her hands clasped over her face. Still can't quite believe it. Definitely a shocker here. What a run from Garceau in the women's 60 hurdles. Coming up next in your programs, we're just going to take the hurdles off the track, and then we're going to send them down there once again. It's the 60 flat.
Yes, this is the fastest of the fast, the shortest in terms of duration and in distance, event that we will see today lasting merely 6 seconds. Most of these men are absolutely incredible. We'll go men and then women, just as we did in the hurdles. Do we have time to vamp through this, or do we want to go away for a little break?
I think we'll step away for a second, Will. The 60s are scheduled to go off at 3:25 local time, so we'll step back from here. When we come back, we'll take a minute to update you guys on team standings before we introduce the field, so we'll come back a little bit early. But for now, from Nazareth University, your humble announcers will step away, and we'll see you soon for the men's 60-meter dash. Hello and welcome back to Day 2 coverage of the 2025 Division III Indoor National Championships in track and field. We're first going to go back and recap some action that happened a little bit earlier, this time out in the throwing circle of the men's shot put. We had some great action out there today. This is Carter Rasch of Wisconsin Stout. He would go on to finish third with a second place toss of 18.06. The junior there. In finishing in second place from St. Scholastica, throws a personal best. Trent Basseth on his fifth throw goes 18.30. That moved him from third up into second place, but your national champion from Wisconsin Eau Claire is going to be Adam Strauff. It took a personal best to do it, but he could have won this in any number of ways, but it came on his fifth toss where he goes 18.35. Adam Strauss, your national champion from Wisconsin Eau Claire, seeing him there getting up on that top step, getting the trophy from his coach, and a job well done there for Adam Strauss. And with that action recapped, we turn our attention back to the track. If you are just now joining us, we saw some incredible action in the 60 hurdles, but now we've moved those hurdles off the track and we are into the 60-meter dash. No more technical implements to overcome. This is just who's the fastest. This is like going down to the playground when we were kids. I can race you from here to here. Who's the fastest? Who will be crowning a national champion? I guess, do we need to just cut straight to the chase? Well, we know you're talking about who's the fastest, and we objectively know who the fastest is because the D3 record holder is in this race. We know the fastest in the history of Division III. We don't know who the fastest is today. We'll find out. Someone maybe woke up with lead in their feet. I have no idea. But Sam Blaskowski has not lost to a Division III athlete since 2022 in this event, Noah. That is, I'd say that's uncharted ground. Absolutely. He's one of the best. He is the best that we've ever seen in the short sprints in Division III. Consummate professional. Saw him in the training room earlier getting the muscles warmed up a little bit. Nothing to worry about, I don't think. But, I mean, the fact is he has been pushed this year. This is a good field. He's come out on top so far. But he's been pushed quite a bit, especially by Davian Willems. Davian Willems, out of Wisconsin Oshkosh. Not only is he one of the best ever in Division III history, but these schools are basically just down the road from each other. The rivalry between La Crosse and Oshkosh is palpable. It's driven performances to heights that we have never seen in Division III before in these shorter sprint events in the 60 and in the 200. And so this is a matchup I think that a lot of people in this stadium have been waiting all year to see. The WIAC athletes and coaches, they got to see it at their conference meet where both of them broke the national meet record, or the national record there. Very, very close. I think it was 660 to 662. And now today we can see them line up again side by side to crown a national champion. Exactly, but it's not just a battle between those two, because we have Landon Liu in this race. He was third in the 100 outdoors. The third fastest in D3 history is in this race. And if you're looking for an athlete on the rise, Jeremy Mbogo had a killer day yesterday, and he is now in the 60 final for the first time. Yeah, absolutely. We saw the excitement from the athlete from North Park, Jeremy Mbogo. We could see the nerves in one of his coaches that we were chatting with earlier, the nerves and excitement. But as these men get into their blocks, we are about to watch greatness unfold of the likes we've never seen in Division III. Actually, quickly lane assignments. Tristan Wright goes in 1, Ethan Shane in 2, Davian Willems in 3, Sam Blaskowski in 4, Landon Liu in 5, Jeremy Mbogo in 6, London Little 7, Raymond Schmidt on the outside. And the field is away clean, all good for Sam Blaskowski, but Williams is pushing him on the inside, but Blaskowski goes once more, and I believe he took it, but it was close. Eyes on the board, it is Sam the Blast Blaskowski going 6.62, right up there with some of his best marks of the season. And it did end up coming down to the wire with Blaskowski and Willems.
I got very excited there for just a second. You know, we wanted to see a good race. We had a good race. All of these men executed to perfection, but we thought we were potentially going to see a Division III national record there. I thought Sam maybe just dipped under 660, but 662, fantastic race, knowing that he had to run rounds of 60, rounds of 200 yesterday. He's got a big day ahead of him. The blast repeats again. It does not disappoint.
Absolutely. We'll be bringing you a replay of this momentarily, but I mean, we knew the field was great, but it was still a little bit closer than I expected. Replay on your screen there. Blaskowski goes in 4. Willems on his inside in 3. And Landon Liu looked amazing on his outside, and those 3 really steered the ship. Will, on this replay, I'm seeing a little troubling action there from Jeremy Mbogo, actually. He grabbed his hamstring there. I don't know if you noticed him pull up at the end, but he's got more to come today, hopefully.
Yeah, I apologize. I did not notice that in the flurry of the 6 seconds that was in front of our eyes. There's a lot to pay attention to. But what I will offer is that Sam Blaskowski, when he was finishing that race, it seemed to me that there was one person and one person only that he was concerned with, and that was Davian Willems. They've raced so much. He knows how good he is as a competitor in this event. And so when he looked to the inside, I don't think that he was too concerned with Landon Liu. But Landon Liu, honestly, that's a great opportunity for that young man to try and maybe sneak something on the outside. It wasn't meant to be today. But, man, what an exciting 60-meter dash.
Absolutely. What a treat to see the fastest guys in D3 history all in school at the same time and in the same heat, advancing to the final. And Blaskowski just continues to solidify his legacy in D3 history. I mean, what more can you say about this guy? I think that was All-American number 19. To say nothing of his championships.
I want to talk about how unique this opportunity is, because when you have Sam Blaskowski, he's the Division III record holder, and Davian Willems, who's the second fastest ever in Division III. Like this, you don't often have opportunities where the 2 best ever in the division, in the history of the division, are competing against each other with this amount of regularity. These guys don't shy away from racing each other either. It's not like, on certain meets, Davian's going to run the 200 and Sam's going to run the 60. They don't shy away from it. They like to race each other. They like to compete. And I think that competition has further driven their performances and their times down, down, down.
Absolutely. I mean, I've enjoyed talking about Jeremy Mbogo and his championships this weekend. Hopefully his hamstring is okay. He seems to be down on the infield right now, kind of gathering himself. But honestly, Will, that 6.72 that he ran today for 4th place, that would have won this race almost any other year with a couple of exceptions. And so that just further qualifies this field. Anyway, we're going to step away from the 60 now. We're going to go ahead and give you an update on team scores. Obviously, this is a team competition, and we're starting to get a closer idea of what's going on out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the beauty of these track and field championships is sort of the competition within the competition. There are athletes who are competing here, single athletes from a school, and then there's schools like lacrosse who have over 20 athletes competing. Right now, leading in the team scores, especially after those additional 10 points from Sam the Blaskowski there in the 60 meters. Wisconsin lacrosse, is on top with 39 points. Rowan currently sitting in second with 27. All 27 of those points earned in the 60-meter hurdles. Unbelievable. 1, 2, 4, and 5 for Rowan in that event. Also tied for second right now is Wisconsin Oshkosh, earning 9 important points from Davian Willems there in the 60. We're going to see a lot more of those athletes from those schools, Oshkosh and lacrosse, throughout the course of the day. I'll just run you through the top 10 right now very quickly. Johns Hopkins sitting in 18th. In 4th with 18 points. MIT in 5th with 16. Lynchburg sitting in 6th right now with 15 points. Wilmington also tied there with 15 points. Wisconsin Eau Claire in 8th with 14. Bethel in 9th with 12. And Wisconsin Whitewater in 10th with 11 points. Running through the women's scores, which I expect will get a little bit of a shuffle here after the women's 60. MIT firmly sitting in place. Honestly, a little bit of a surprise to this humble announcer, but MIT in first on the women's side with 29. University of Chicago buoyed in large part by nature of some of their distance performances yesterday, sitting in second with 21. Wash U also scoring 21, tied in second. Loris in fourth with 18. Wisconsin Oshkosh, again, we're going on the women's side with 15 in fifth place. Wisconsin Stout with 13 in sixth. SUNY Geneseo, a hometown favorite here, tied in seventh with 12 with Wisconsin Eau Claire. Chatham with 11 points, sitting in ninth, and Emory in 10th with 10 points. But as we said, a lot's going to shake up here over the next couple of hours as the finals start to tick by.
Absolutely. It's fun to keep an eye on team scores early in meets, but it's kind of meaningless because, I mean, you can see a point haul like we saw from Rowan in the 60, and it can just, in the 60 hurdles, and just can turn everything on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not even really seeing Wisconsin lacrosse currently on the women's side, barely inside the top 20 team scores, but with Lauren Jarrett coming up, as well as having at least one other teammate in the 60-meter final, that's just going to shoot them way up the rankings.
Absolutely. It's not just about points you've scored, but it's about potential points down the road, which is what we stressed yesterday on prelim day. Wow, so we saw that incredible race in the men's 60, and the women's 60 will not disappoint either. They're coming up in about 4 minutes here, but we'll stay on the track, and we'll guide you through the field as they make some final adjustments to their blocks. We get a chance here to see the likes of another all-time great in Lauren Jarrett.
Yeah, Lauren Jarrett, we talked a lot about her and how well she's been performing this year on the indoor circuit, going and securing a sixth-place finish at the U.S. Track and Field Championships in the 60 meters. That was an unbelievable finish for her, and an unbelievable finish and inspiring finish for all athletes in Division III to watch her compete like that. I think that this... I believe that this event will be a lot less close than the men's. Lauren is just that much greater of a caliber of athlete than any of the other competitors in this. But again, that's why we run the race. I'm not gonna walk away from any of these other competitors. But if I was gonna take Lauren versus the field, I'm taking Lauren in this race.
Will, do you think Lauren is trying to break the Division III record, or is she trying to set a personal best?
Both could be true. Yeah, so what was interesting yesterday in some of these in some of the preliminary short sprint races, we did see some athletes sort of shut it down the last 5, 10, 15 meters, knowing that they were going to qualify easily. Lauren Jarrett and Sam Blaskowski both yesterday came out and made statements, both running extraordinarily fast in their prelims. And I think that we are going to see something very similar from Lauren Jarrett today. I think that she's going to go after that D3 all-time record.
Let me run you through lane assignments before we give you a few other names to watch out for in the women's 60-meter dash. Lauren Marshall of Elmhurst goes in 1. Jasmine Wright of WashU goes in 2. Alyssa Busker from Elmhurst goes in 3. Lauren Jarrett from Wisconsin Lacrosse will go in 4. Victoria Brewster from Houghton in 5. Emma Seipel, the senior from Loris, goes in 6. McKenna Zach from Lacrosse goes in 7. And Dakota Houston, the freshman from John Carroll, goes in 8, that outside lane.
Yeah, Lauren Jarrett, just to remind the folks who may have forgotten from yesterday, Goldfish brains out there, Lauren Jarrett equaled her personal best yesterday with 7:29. That's equivalent to the national meet record. So I think that we're going to see Lauren Jarrett try and do something even more spectacular today.
Absolutely. She has the top 4 fastest times in D3 history, so it wouldn't even take her best necessarily to win, but she will not go and challenge. Emma Seipel is a 5-time All-American who won the long jump indoors and will be running the 200 later. Yeah, she's already got a national championship to her name, having won the long jump.
Yeah, I hope that they can check some bags on the way out of here. They're not traveling with carry-on only, because those All-American trophies are going to start piling up for Emma Seipel today.
Absolutely. It's fun to see the athletes traveling home tomorrow with all these trophies, and you're just kind of wondering where they're going to put them. Another name to watch out for here, and we spoke to her on the D3 Glory Days podcast, Alyssa Busker. Did 4 years in NAIA and then came into Division III and has run the 3rd fastest time in D3 history just in her debut season here.
Casual. Yeah, so like the men's race, this is an exceptional time for women's sprinting at the Division III level. 3 of the best to ever do it lining up here, but one of them is a clear favorite. My eyes will be firmly planted on Lauren Jarrett. I want to see how well she executes and what this might mean for later today.
Lauren Jarrett is away in the women's 60, but it's a little close. And on the inside, she's facing a challenger, but in the last 10 meters, Lauren Jarrett absolutely muscles it out, but Alyssa Busker did not let her go easy. 7:26. Is that right?
I'm seeing 7:31.
7:31. Okay. The indoor flash time is a little different than the current official time, but it's looking like 7:31 for Lauren Jarrett. And Victoria Brewster gave her an incredible run.
The first
on the
20,
inside.
the first 20 meters of that race, Noah, Victoria Brewster ran unbelievably, and I don't think that anyone was expecting that type of a challenge from her on Lauren Jarrett's outside. I think that sort of took Lauren Jarrett a little bit by surprise. She had to fight, and that when you tighten up like that in these shorter races, you actually slow down. And so we did not see a national meet. We didn't see a national record today. She did equal her personal best yesterday, but 7:31 is still extraordinarily fast timing, and you love to see athletes equating to their personal best, being in the best shape of their life, and then replicating that at the national meet level.
Yeah, what an incredible run from Brewster there, and it almost seems like she may have startled Jarrett a little bit, and then we saw Jarrett really realize that in the last maybe 15 meters, it was going to take a little bit of extra juice to get to the finish line first.
That's what champions do.
That's what champions do. So the favorite wins. No huge surprise there, but the way it happened had some people holding their breath here in the stadium. Let's run you through the All-American positions here in the women's 60. Lauren Jarrett takes it. Victoria Brewster in second. Jasmine Wright third. Alyssa Busker from Elmhurst in fourth. Her teammate just behind her, Lauren Marshall, in fifth. Emma Seipel, the Scalpel, in sixth. Dakota Houston, 7. And McKenna Zach out in 8th. We're going to step away for just a minute, and when we come back, it looks like we're going to have the 1,000 in the men's heptathlon. And welcome back to the Golisano Training Center. It's a pleasure to bring you the 1K of the men's heptathlon. We finally get to bring you some multi-coverage. And, I've got a resident expert in-house, Jackson Anderson, a 2-time national champion and now track and field commentator, has joined me up in the booth. 1K is lining up on the track. Maybe give us a quick recap of some of the highlights that's come up to this point.
Absolutely. No, thanks for having me on. It's been a really exciting heptathlon so far. Jacob Balcombe from Wisconsin River Falls is our leader. He was our leader at the end of day one with an incredible 10-centimeter PR in high jump to cap off the first day. And he's held on to his lead through the hurdles and the pole vault in the first 2 events today. So he's hoping to hold on to his lead through 5 laps around the track here.
Are there any major moves that could happen here? What's on the line for these athletes over the course of this 1,000 meters?
Absolutely. Ezra Schermacher is in second. He sits only 29 points behind Balcombe. For a little reference, about 11 points per second.
That's good to know.
Yeah. But Schermacher has a much slower PR than the rest of the field. So if he wants to hold on to a top podium position, he's really going to have to bring something special.
So these guys have had a long weekend so far. You've been in this situation many times. Kind of walk us through what these athletes might be feeling physically right now.
Yeah, mostly tired.
Yes.
As they toe the line here, and the gun goes off, you just want to take this first lap smart. There's always going to be someone that goes out too fast, so you just want to stay within yourself and follow your plan.
Absolutely, and it's a little crowded here. Sometimes we split this into two different heats. What's your preference between one heat and everybody on the track together?
So I was more of a speed specialist, so it didn't make much difference to me. I would try to front run most of these races, but it does get really crowded, and you have to deal with traffic in a way that you wouldn't have to in an open event if this was the Open K. So be looking to see some moves. We see Ulysses Patterson out front. He has the fastest 1K in the field. 2:48 PR, so we should see him leading most of the time. But we'll see a lot of these athletes navigating traffic as they find their pace.
For these athletes who do not specialize in the middle distance, what's the strategy to survive the 1K?
Absolutely. Well, I can say that no multi is a middle distance specialist.
Yes.
There's some multis that can hang in open events. Mitch Stegman, two-time champion in the multis, was an open pole vaulter as well. But none of these guys and no multis are accustomed to the middle distance event. So you just want to run within yourself, try to hit even splits, and don't blow up in the last 400.
Speaking of even splits, Patterson has actually got a pretty good rhythm going. The athlete from Cincinnati in Iowa, a senior, he came through 400 in about 64. What do you think of that?
It's a little hot for me, but if he's got it, he's got it. And sometimes you just got to take these out and run something that you've never run before. So we'll see how he holds on for these last 3 laps.
Patterson continues to push it from the front. Gabe Thine, am I pronouncing Gabe Thine's name correctly? From Rochester in front of the home crowd is actually tucked in there in second. Anything surprising or sticking out to you as you kind of scan the field?
Not really. We see some packs developing as people settle into their paces. We see Ezra Schermacher running off the back. He's just going to try to keep in touch with the rest of the field. His PR 3:07 is about 5 seconds slower than the next fastest person or the next slowest person, but he really just has to maintain contact to hold on to that second podium spot.
As Thine looks to challenge for the lead at the bell, Patterson has a little bit more juice kind of going to the arms. You wonder if that was the last gasp from the athlete from Rochester. Patterson, the 1K specialist, the top seed in this event, is leaving no doubt about what he has left in the tank. He comes around the turn for the last time, but maybe Thine has one more
big move from Thine.
And he finally does get around. Does not look like Patterson is going to have a response to that. In front of a home crowd, Gabe Thine, the senior from Rochester, takes the 1K over Patterson. And we see Patterson is still excited. I mean, tell us a little bit about what's going on here. You see athletes celebrating mid-pack. Guys are kind of figuring out where they fell in the overall competition.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a waiting game here. A lot of people here are chasing shadows. You know, you think I want to run 3 seconds slower than the guy I'm trying to beat, or I'm trying to stay ahead of someone else by 5 seconds. So we'll take a second here as the results come in, but I think it's going to be Jacob Balcom on top.
Absolutely. Tell me a little bit about Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob had a great 2 days. He's never been atop the podium. None of these guys have been atop the podium, so it's a new era of D3 heptathlon and decathlon, and the moment belongs to Jacob Balcom. He started off day 1 with an excellent 60 meters, 7:27, following that up with a good long jump, 6:76. Decent in the shot put, and again, that high jump was the big highlight for him on day 1. 10-centimeter PR, clearing a 2:02 bar. 60-meter hurdles held on well, pole vault held on well, and it looks like he did just enough in this 1K to seal the title.
Jackson, will you do me the honor of introducing your All-Americans in the men's multi?
I would love to. So we have in 8th, Ulysses Patterson. He's been looking for that podium for a long time. This is a long journey for him. Coming in 8th, the senior from Iowa. Jacob Huset from Redlands, the senior, first man over 5K in this field, finishing 7th. Cale Hobart, the sophomore from Central College, in 6th. Caven Dauberstein picking up important team points for University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, the sophomore, in 5th. In 4th is Nick Whitlow, the senior from Center. 3rd is Ezra Schermacher, running a great 1K 3:05. That's a PR for him to hold on to a top podium position. He'll take the bronze. Luke Freemanis, the freshman from Carnegie Mellon, finishing in 2nd overall. He had a great move with about 100 to go in the 1K. We didn't pick it up on the video, but he had a great move to seal that 2:48. That's going to be a PR for him as well in the 1K. He finishes 2nd with 51.61. But it's always Jacob Balcom with an outstanding PR of 53.04 to take the title in the men's heptathlon. He is your 2025 indoor men's heptathlon champion.
So much respect for these men's multi-competitors. It's such a big event. Jackson Anderson, you're an absolute natural up here, national champion on the track, national champion in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us for this event.
Thank you very much, Noah, and thanks to everyone at D3 Glory Days and all the people that make this this meet happen.
Yeah, we really appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, I will.
And from the Golisano Training Center, we're going to step away for just a moment, and we'll be back with coverage of the men's 1 mile run. Hello and welcome back to the Golisano Training Center here in Rochester, New York, the Division III Indoor Track and Field National Championships. Action is hot on the track, but for now we're going to throw things into the field where we can offer you up a recap of the women's triple jump competition that happened earlier today. Ultimately finishing in third from Lynchburg in front of a lot of fans from there. It would take a personal best, going 12:34. Casey Kelly on her third attempt moves on to the podium. And second from WashU, Eben Opata also setting a personal best. She has been a force in this event for a long time, and she moves up a position into second on her sixth and final jump, going 12:59. So close to the win, but it would ultimately be Elise Cumberland, the freshman from Tufts, who would edge out Opata by just 0.01. Both of these happening on final attempts. So personal best and drama coming down to the very end on that one, Will.
Yeah, Elise loving that hop, skibbity jump right there in the triple jump to get that national championship by 1 centimeter. For those of you who don't know, 1 centimeter, that's about the width of your pinky.
Yep.
The width of a pinky finger. That's so close, but what an incredible competition coming down to the final jump there.
Imagine training all year just for the competition to be decided by a margin that narrow, but that's what happens in track and field.
It happens all the time. Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. It may sound crazy to the folks at home, but this is the reality in which we live. Okay, so right before we left on break, I brought a national champion up to tell you guys about the competition in the men's heptathlon, and I just so happen to have another national champion up here, this time in the men's mile. So, Will, first of all, just on a personal level, how fun is it for you to be here calling an event that you won back in the day?
Honestly, I don't even remember that far. I barely remember that far back, Noah. But
I do, Will. I do.
but being here, watching these athletes experience what it is to go through a prelim, to qualify for a final, whether it's expected or unexpected, and then seeing the athletes sort of how they approach this. This is not to divulge too much information, but I ran into Ziad Hassan in the men's room earlier today, and he was all smiles, like couldn't have been more relaxed. He's one of the nicest young athletes that I have ever met in this sport, in this event. But that type of confidence radiated to me, and it was palpable. I'm like, this guy has the fastest time in the country this year in Division III, 4:01. I think he ran 4 flat at BU, so it converted a little bit down to the flat track conversion. But I'm interested to see what the tactics are here, because again, the depth in all of these events right now in Division III is at levels that we've never seen before. And so I'm curious to see, does this play out a little bit like the Mathai twins did in the 5K last night, where it's just very, very fast and steady from the gun to try and get a little bit of separation from some folks who maybe just squeaked into the final. But yeah, this is an exciting race and one of the best fields ever assembled.
And this is kind of a unique situation for Ziad, because he comes in as a senior in his very first final as the top seed.
Yeah, he's obviously turned over a new leaf in both his training and his racing. You don't run 4 minutes in the mile by accident. So the coaches at MIT are doing a fantastic job with him. But, I guess I qualified for my first nationals as a junior and happened to walk away with a national championship at that exact meet. So, first-timers or people who are not accustomed to this, it doesn't mean that they aren't going to win. But, again, there's a lot of experience on the line right now. And I'm just excited to see what happens here when the gun goes off.
Will, I'm going to run the folks through the 10 athletes in this final. Then I'd like to hear from you a couple of athletes maybe that you're keeping an eye on while the race develops. Nicholas Lindeker from St. Louis, Pablo Arroyo from MIT, Vincent Jumenti from Mount Union, Zygmunt Goddard from Middlebury, Sean Hendricks from Rochester, Jack Brown from Central College, Jaden Zawicki from Wisconsin La Crosse, Johnson Zavala from Brockport State, Ziad Hassan from MIT, and Eric Anderson from UC Santa Cruz, and they'll hear the gun right now, Will. So let's see how this develops. With who are a couple athletes you're keeping an eye out here for?
I'm keeping an eye on, honestly, all 3 athletes that are in the outer water or waterfall start right now. That's Jonathan Zavala, Ziad Hassan, and Eric Anderson. Eric Anderson, he is a big boy. He's tall, and so it's a little bit more cumbersome, I'd say, for him to navigate these tight, flat turns here at the Golisano Training Center. But those 3 guys are getting out well. Zavala doing exactly what he did yesterday in the prelim, which is get to the front and set a pretty fast early tempo. They were just about under 30 seconds there through the first 200, which is around 4-minute miling. And now this is Ziad's teammates This is Pablo Arroyo from MIT going to the front. So I don't know if there's some team tactics playing out here, but as we just talked about, Eric Anderson, we got Arroyo and Anderson running 1-2. Anderson's trying to stay out of trouble. He sort of got caught in the mix last night in the prelim, where he's just a little too much traffic around for a man that tall.
Will Arroyo took a step on the infield. Is that a problem? On that first lap, he took one step on the infield.
It depends if it's on the turn or not, whether he was pushed. I don't see any yellow flags that are currently up. If there was a penalty or a foul, then we would see a yellow flag being raised. But I do not see that right now.
I like this position from Eric Anderson. Sometimes we've seen him in races where he's maybe a little bit too far back, especially with his tall frame to navigate through the field, but he's sitting comfortably in second in a single file race.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see him right there. And honestly, we have Ziad Hassan hot on his heels, not giving an inch. The pace right now is not so hot that it's really cracking this field open. We have one athlete that's sort of struggling to hang on to the back, but otherwise every other athlete is in this. They were 62 through 400 and 133 at 800. So again, well within the abilities of a lot of these athletes right now. Ziad Hassan, for my money, looks incredibly relaxed right there in third place, sort of looking around, judging as to where any of the other heavy hitters are located right now. I think we have to call out that there's an absence in this field, and that is Chasen Hunt. Chasen Hunt elected to run with his Lynchburg DMR squad last night, going for a national title in that event, which is so important to that school, and electing to not run in the individual event. So a very team-oriented move from Chasen Hunt, who's one of the best in Division III. So right now, I'd say Ziad Hassan continues to look very, very smooth there in the third position overall. 205 at halfway. It's fast, Noah, but it's not crazy.
Exactly. Should be within the wheelhouse of just about this entire field. Ziad Hassan now moves into second. That was a pretty clean pass. Looking comfortable. I like that move because he's not going into the lead quite yet, but he is well positioned to move, but he's got to watch out for Eric Anderson right behind him. And an athlete who's kind of flown under the radar so far has been Nicholas Lindeker in fourth.
And you're seeing Hassan right now go to the front and sort of enforce his will on this field. Eric Anderson covering it. You had to believe that this was going to happen. But right now, an athlete with the chops like Hassan, who's a 4-minute miler, knows that he needs to lean into hhis fitness here rather than tactics. And he's trying to run away from this field ever so slightly, picking up the pace on that one. That was a 31-1, so it's a little bit lower, 308 through 1,209 meters. Let's see what happens. This is now whittled down to 4 men with, I think that's Zavala going around the outside. Zavala, who took a swing yesterday in the prelim, and we will see if Hassan can respond.
Hassan is fighting him off for the inside position as we come up to the bell. Hassan takes the bell.
Hassan squeezed by there on the inside, Noah, and right now tactics are going to be crucially important. Zavala keeps trying to make this pass along the outside, running an extra 1 to 2 meters every single turn, but do not lose sight of Nicholas Lindeker on the outside there from St. Lawrence in the red shorts. But right now we have got Hassan and Zavala and Hassan in the front by an inch. Zavala goes around the outside. Lindeker looks very strong and poised to slingshot off the turn. Everyone going as deep as they possibly can. I can't call it.
It might have been Lindeker. It was. Lindeker takes it after lurking in the middle of that front pack in fourth and fifth position the whole time. I said he was flying under the radar, and he didn't touch the front until that last meter. Nicholas Lindeker from St. Lawrence, the junior. What a shocker.
Do we just call him Ricky Bobby now? That was a shake and a bake. He just slingshotted perfectly off of that turn with 50 meters to go. I don't think it's fair. We have to call out how short these straights are. There is not a lot of distance by which that you need to make up ground on those athletes in front of you. He sort of sat there in fifth, moved into fourth. It was in third with about 75 meters to go, slingshotting himself to perfection off of that final turn. What an unbelievable finish.
Absolutely, Will. That was an inspired call down the home stretch. Super difficult. We're going to bring you a replay of that very shortly. But Zavala, Lindeker, and Hassan with essentially a blanket finish separated by 1/10 of a second. We see them coming around that last turn, and everybody pulling, even Hassan fighting for his life. But Lindeker timed it exactly right. And maybe, timing is everything in that last 50 when things are so close.
Absolutely, and sometimes we do, and I will say I fall victim to this a lot as well. We get obsessed with times that athletes run, but when you go to these invitational time trial like races, it's not about tactics. It's about just turning your brain off and running as fast as you can following those athletes in front of you. When you have a tactical national championship, Noah, that's one of the great things of Division III is what we just saw there. The difference in tactics as that race played out, 205 high through the first 800 meters and about a 2 flat last 800. That's why we come and watch track and field.
And I want to give Jonathan Zavala another shout out. It seems like his biggest issue is sneaking into the meet, qualifying for the field. But when he shows up, he's an absolute gamer. And I'm not, he's got a strong resume, but his regular season wasn't super strong. So to come out here when it really matters and to finish second with a strong shot at the win says a lot about his character.
Yeah, and watching Zavala yesterday compete and today, he's a racer. He's one of those guys that loves to get online, loves to compete. We got to meet that young man yesterday morning at the D3 Glory Days shakeout run at the Fleet Feet store here in Rochester, and we were shocked to see anybody there who was competing, let alone competing that day.
We were kind of like, I don't know, man. I think you should be resting.
Hey, bud, what are you doing here? And he clearly just loves running. He's of the culture. He wants to be around it as much as possible. He draws energy from that, and you could just sort of see when he's trying to make these moves, tried to make those passes around the outside. I'd say, if I was going to say there were any mistakes that were made, I'd say it was from Zavala. Kept trying to go around Hassan. And that's where Nicholas Lindeker, that's where he executed to perfection.
Capitalized on that.
He just let those two sort of fight it out, make these hard moves, use up that crucial last bits of energy, and then made one decisive move. And we've seen that time and again here at this championships. When you make a move, it has to be decisive. You can't keep having these micro moves, especially when you're, I'd say, for a lot of these guys, that time, 4:06 on a flat track, that's putting you up against the ropes a little bit in terms of overall time.
Absolutely. Hassan may be a little disappointed in that run, but he ran amazing, and it's almost a roll of the dice when you get to the last 25 with 3 guys. And so I think in his first final, he still impresses.
Absolutely. We're seeing him right now sort of collapse on the high jump mat in front of us from the effort. I don't know that he's going to be disappointed necessarily as to just say, what can I take away from that? What can I learn from this experience that I can take to outdoors and hope to come away with a national championship there? Obviously, an incredible runner in his own right, but moving away from the mile, I never want to. I never want to move away from the mile.
Just briefly.
Just briefly, ever so briefly. We want to run you through updated team scores. Right now, Wisconsin lacrosse firmly in the lead, 8 points ahead of Wisconsin Oshkosh. Rowan still sitting with 27 points, all of those earned in the men's 60-meter hurdles. MIT in fourth with a lot of points there scored by Hassan and his teammate Pablo Arroyo. Pablo actually just finishing 1 point out of scoring, finishing 9th in that 1 mile final. Johns Hopkins sitting in 5th with 18. St. Norbert sitting in 6th with 16, and Lynchburg and Wilmington both in 7th with 15 points overall.
Absolutely. We'll bring you women's team scores updated after the women's mile. Let me run you through All-Americans real quick, and the men's mile will step away for just a second, and then we'll bring you the women's mile to follow. So just a refresher, of course, Nicholas Lindeker takes the win in 4:06.45, scoring 10 points for St. Lawrence. Zavala in second, Hassan from MIT in third. Eric Anderson, he was an instigator in that race. He hangs on for fourth. Sean Hendricks from Rochester in fifth. Vincent Giumenti from Mount Union in sixth. Jack Brown 7, and Zygmunt Goddard from Middlebury rounds out the field in 8. We're going to step away from Nazareth University for just a moment, and when we come back, full coverage of the women's 1 mile run. Welcome back to the Golisano Training Center. It's the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field National Championships. Today's final day. Women's mile coming up on the track, but first we are going to move into the field and bring you a recap of the action in the men's high jump. This occurred just moments ago. Christian Pfeiffer from Baldwin Wallace, the senior, sets a personal best going 2:11. It cleared 2:11 on his second attempt, would end up fouling out at 2:14. He finishes third. Finishing second from St. John's in Minnesota, Jackson McDowell, also a personal best. He clears 2:14 before scratching on 2:17. But your national champion from MIT, the sophomore, Jackson Bly, goes 2:17 on his first attempt. He would then pass at 2:20 and take a shot at the D3 record. Didn't quite get it, but hey, national championship for Jackson Bly. 3
solid efforts at 2:23 for Jackson as well. I think that he was a little bit disappointed that he wasn't, closer. Felt like he was closer. After you win a national championship, it's really tough. You know, sometimes we see athletes in the likes of in the field events like a Manu Duplantis. After he's got that gold medal locked up, he can then still somehow turn his focus towards a world record and a Division III this record right now for Jackson Bly. But an incredible performance of him. Honestly, clean sheet all the way through his winning jump.
Absolutely. Pleasure to bring you that field coverage. Now on the track, the women's 1 mile run field, making some final adjustments, shaking out the legs. Allow me to quickly run you through the athletes entered into this field, and then we'll give you some storylines to watch out for, as we always do. Entered in the women's 1 mile run, Jillian Roeder of MIT, Elena Stanciu from UC Santa Cruz, Madison Tiafe from Emory, Gabriella Nye from Widner, Rachel Brennan from Gordon, Lydia Bennett from Grove City, Dianara Colon Maldonado from Aurora, Kate Tuttle, the freshman from Williams, Haley Shinagi from Vassar, and Grace McDonough, the junior from Connecticut.
Yeah, we watched Haley yesterday take her prelim out quite quick and then sort of settle into a more relaxed pace, allowing most of that field to catch up with her. I saw her, we ran with her dad yesterday morning. I saw him again today as we walked on the track, and I asked, how did Haley feel after yesterday? And he said they caught up after her prelim, and she said that she felt easy. So I'm looking for something actually pretty spectacular out of her today. I think that her tactic is going to be very similar to when she won her 1,500 meter title last spring in Myrtle Beach, which was just go from the gun and try and run away from everyone else in the field.
And she knows Grandpa's watching at home, so that'll serve as a little extra inspiration, huh?
Yeah, Walt, if you're tuned in, Walt Shenegi, 93 years young, just know that Haley's thinking of you and running with you in her heart. So we'd love to hear when the family and friends are all tuning into the NCAA broadcast.
Absolutely. Shinagi won that 1,500 outdoors to assert her position in Division III. Behind her, the field is wide open. Even including her, the field is wide open. Nobody has necessarily asserted themselves as a strong challenger, but I expect she won't just walk away with this one.
No, absolutely. And one of the things that we forgot to mention during the men's mile is that Nick Lindeker, this was his first nationals in track and field. And we have another athlete in this field, Kate Tuttle from Williams. She's wearing that purple on the outside, the freshman. This is her first nationals, and this is really, she impressed me with how well she was composed this year, specifically in that preliminary race. But I think she's keying a little bit off of Haley Shenegi, who's just to her right outside. But with the 2 waterfall start, things get a little bit hectic here at the beginning, and we see some athletes, a couple of different athletes that we haven't really spoken about, out to an early lead.
And sometimes we get fixated on experience and how experience is a plus, and sure it is, but it's not necessary to do well.
This is Dianara Colon Maldonado right in the front right now. She was the athlete who sat right behind Shenegi yesterday in her prelim, setting a pretty quick early pace. I would imagine that Haley is really enjoying this as the one that does not need to lead right now. But Colon Maldonado learned a lot about herself, I think, yesterday with that fast early running, and then maybe today is not want to let the pace lag like it did the last half of their race yesterday.
Exactly, and Roeder in the high socks from MIT is also game for this pace. as Tuttle, the freshman from Williams, looks to join that leading group. A little split in the middle there, but yeah, exciting race shaping up here. It looks like we've got at least 4 athletes who are going to be gunning for the win here.
Shenegi's season's best is 3:51. I'm unsure if that's a converted time or not. Regardless, it's the fastest in the field, and they've just gone through the first 400 meters in this race at about 70 seconds. That's 440-mile clip, so they are running a very honest pace. The top 4 have a little bit of separation to the athletes behind them, but it does appear as though now things are starting to slow down. It's starting to bunch up. Athletes are starting to catch up.
Exactly, and when athletes start catching up, you do start to run a little bit of a risk. Grace McDonough of Conn College, we kind of saw this yesterday. She had a very strong prelim where she moved up throughout, didn't necessarily assert herself early, but she might find herself in the lead here. She's running in the middle of lane 2, so she's going to want to tuck in to get the shortest line.
Yeah, well, I think that there's also, remember that we were just talking about in the men's mile, when you're a taller athlete, you kind of need to run with a little bit of freedom. You got to be able to see the track in front of you. You don't want to get caught up in the legs behind you, but what we are seeing right now is the pace is beginning to lag, and McDonough from Conn College right there on the outside does not want to see this thing get too slow. She's worked too hard to get near the front. Now, Colon Maldonado is trying to pick things up a little bit to her inside, but this group has bunched back up together, and you could throw a blanket over everybody here as we see Haley Shenegi looking for some daylight on the outside and trying to enforce her will on this field, and she goes to the front and starts to really accelerate the pace.
Absolutely, that slower second 400 kind of was panic stations in the peloton there. Shenegi may be starting to realize that she doesn't want everybody there and is willing to inject some pace, but it's not a hard move. It's more of a positioning style move as Tuttle from Williams now gets into her back pocket.
Yeah, I really like this move from Haley right now, getting to the front and getting clear running of the rest of the field. As we've talked about a little bit earlier in the broadcast and a lot yesterday, inside this field house it is always 70 and sunny with light winds. It is not the blustery conditions that you might have to navigate outdoors. So she's not fighting any wind right now. I think this is a strategic position right now from Haley Shenegi as Tuttle takes a swing at the outdoor national champion and tries her hand at the front.
Yeah, it looks like Tuttle wants to take it with 400 to go, but man, we're seeing a lot of position battles here. Shenegi again says, no, I want to take it. I want the lead. She gets a step, but she's not dropping them right away.
No, Haley Shenegi right now, I think that she is going to have a long drive for home as she puts 2, 3, 4 meters on Tuttle from Williams, but Tuttle's really trying to not lose contact. Haley Shenegi's out front, Tuttle trying to reel her in, McDonough behind her, and that's Jillian Roeder from MIT. Those 4 athletes clear the rest of the field. Haley Shenegi with 250 meters remaining with Kate Tuttle, the freshman, on her, chasing her close from the behind.
Shenegi has been stretching this field over the course of the last 250 meters or so. Tuttle is in her back pocket as they round the penultimate turn. It's looking like this is going to come down to 2. Can Tuttle close the distance down? Will bring us home.
Shenegi ran 35 seconds dead for her last 200 meters as the fastest turn of the race, and she really is starting to stretch it out now. Tuttle struggling in that second position as 2 other athletes are closing. McDonough in third currently, but this is all Haley Shenegi with 50 meters remaining, going to win her second national championship for Vassar College. Haley Shenegi wins the women's mile in 4:47.
Awesome run there. Tuttle holds on for a strong second-place finish. Grace McDonough there in third. Madison Tiafe moves up from the group to finish 4th. Jillian Roeder 5th. Diana Colon Maldonado, an early leader, hangs on for an All-American position in 6th. Lydia Bennett from Grove City 7. Rachel Brennan in 8th. Haley Shenegi is going to be around for a long time, and she is showing us that the 1,500, the mile, she's going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with here over the next few years.
I don't want to say that was tactical brilliance, but that was some miling insanity right there, Noah. That she was in first, and then she was in 5th, and then she was in 2nd. Now she's moving back into 1st, passing on the inside. But one of the things that I'm looking at right now on our results page is personal best after personal best after personal best of the athletes in that field. There were 10 athletes that just raced the women's mile. 7 of them ran personal best times. All except one who just achieved All-American status was a personal best. So it takes your best effort to finish that high in the Division III National Championships.
And Shenegi, who did have a 4:48 to her resume, betters that to go 4:47. And man, what a race. Those position battles taking shape over the full course of that race. Tuttle also showing that this is going to be a young woman's game in the next few years.
Well, those small liberal arts colleges in the Northeast right now, they are going to have excellence in women's miling for the next 2 or 3 years. I can't wait to watch these athletes battle it out time and time again. What a fun and incredible race that was, as we see Haley Sheneggy on your screen right now. When she crossed the finish line, I'm not going to lie, Noah, she went straight over her coach, and she didn't even look that tired.
No, maybe she was saving a little something. Who knows? Congratulations to the field and the women's 1 mile run. Our next event on the track is going to be the men's 400. Will, why don't you walk us through women's team rankings after that mile event?
Yes, absolutely. So we saw MIT score some points there in the women's mile, further extending their lead currently in the women's team scores with 46 overall at this moment in time. Wash U in second with 35. Loris sitting in third, tied with the University of Chicago with 21 points. Wisconsin lacrosse, courtesy of a lot of those points scored in the 60 meters there, sitting in fifth with 17. Oshkosh narrowly behind, tied with Emory in sixth place with 15 points each. And Wisconsin Stout rounding at the top 8 with 13. But again, we have a lot of finals left to go today, and there's expect those positions to change.
Absolutely. We're going to step away for just one moment, and when we come back, a two-part final in the men's 400-meter dash. Welcome back to day 2 action here at the Golisano Training Center. Gave you a chance to catch your breath there. Now the men's 400 on deck. This is going to be run over a two-section final. Will, give us, the folks at home, a little refresher on how the seeds.
Yeah, so it's normally an outdoor track. We have an 8-lane track. It's an 8-person final. That solidifies all of your All-American awards. But on the indoor oval, we are doing a 2 4-person finals. And shout out to the coaches from Carthage for schooling your humble announcers into exactly how the lane draws would be for this. So the lanes 5 and 6 on the indoor track are occupied by the 3rd and 4th fastest times achieved yesterday in the preliminary. All of these qualifiers were only based on time. It had nothing to do with how you finished in your preliminary races. It's all about how fast you ran. So the top 4 times split between these 2 heats. This first heat, the slower of those top 4, this is 3rd, 4th fastest times out in 5 and 6. The next heat, the top 2 fastest times will be in lanes 5 and 6. Remember, they stay in lanes through this first lap, and then they all cut in, and we pull and pray.
In Section 1, Evan Lauder, Jordan Dean, Jacob Miller, and Grant Nelson is outside in lane 6. Away clean in Section 1 of the men's 400-meter final. Grant Nelson from Bethel is a 6-time All-American looking to add a national championship to his resume. Here we go, Will. This is one of the most nerve-wracking parts of track and field, the break.
We love the cut-in. But Grant Nelson outside from Bethel gets out very hard to the first 200. But Jacob Miller accelerates on the inside as well. Both ran 47.87 yesterday in preliminary heats. But Jacob Miller is running so fast he can barely stay in lane 1, being chased closely by Grant Nelson. But right now there's Jacob Miller with daylight between him and Grant Nelson. But there is Jordan Dean. I keep mixing that up. My bad. But this is Grant Nelson from Bethel going on the outside of Dean. Nelson and Dean coming to the line stride for stride.
Nelson from Bethel takes the win in heat number 1. A little nerve-wracking because this is going to be what a wait and see situation. So Grant Nelson goes 47.66, gets just the edge over Jordan Dean from Ohio Northern, the polar bear, who faded just a smidge there at the end. And so I imagine these gentlemen will now stand by the track with bated breath as Section 2 begins to make their block adjustments.
And my apologies to all the Jordan Dean fans out there. That was not intentional. We just get caught up in the action sometimes, and I lose my mind. So Grant Nelson in that very in the position of waiting and seeing. We have the second heat now setting their blocks again. So Grant Nelson and Jacob Miller, they had the third and fourth fastest qualifying times yesterday. Now if we take to the track in lanes 5 and 6, it will be Alexander Rhodes and Bashir Al-Ramahi. Those gentlemen had the first and second fastest times of the day yesterday, so look for them to assert themselves early in the second and final section of the men's 400 meters. But gosh, that's it. The indoor 4, it's just chaotic.
Absolutely. We saw Jordan Dean really take control of that race in the first lap of the 4, and it's always a question. It's like when you get out that hard, can you hold on? And just about did it, but that 47.79, 2 athletes going sub 48 in that first heat. Let me just run you through the finish order there so you know what to watch out for in Section 2. Grant Nelson from Bethel takes it in a season's best of 47.66. Jordan Dean, strong run early, ends up finishing second in a personal best of 47.79. Jacob Miller from SUNY Geneseo will wait and see in 48.29. And Evan Lauder from Illinois Wesleyan, the junior, goes 48.59. So those are our marks. That's half the field done. And the second half of the field now is going to show us something, I think.
Yeah, I mean, those are some pretty impressive times that they just laid down there. The only Alexander Rhodes ran 47.3. Bashir Al-Ramahi ran 47.5 yesterday. So if they can repeat those performances in this second section, they will be in contention for that national championship. But, you know, the tactics in this are so crazy. As we saw in that last heat, Grant Nelson seemingly got to the cut line first, and then Jordan Dean said, not to be had, sir. I'm going to accelerate through to that pole position. And really, I think that shook Grant a little bit. And then you get stuck behind that athlete, and you're not running quite as fluidly. But very excited to see what happens in this heat, too.
Away in Section 2 of the men's 400, Alex Rhodes has the second and third fastest times ever in this event, so we'll see what he can produce here, but it won't be unchallenged. Bashir Al-Ramahi was third last year and in 2023. He has the experience. As we hold our breath and watch the athletes break at the top of the turn, it is going to be Alex Rhodes taking pole position in Section 2. Al-Marahi is right in his back pocket. Once again, we'll see how this plays out. Josh Jeffers is back and forth looking to move around lacrosse into third, but Alex Rhodes is not relinquishing. If anything, he's continuing to pull ahead over Al-Marahi in second. Alexander Rhodes from Puget Sound continues to front run all the way through the line, and he's going to take it. Eyes on the clock. 46.71. 46.71 officially for Alexander Rhodes, goes sub 47, and he is going to be our outright champion in the 400.
No, that was excellent calling there. I don't think anyone could have done it any better than that. But you matched the performance of Alexander Rhodes, who got to the front early, got to that pole position, never looked back. And you were exactly right. I think that he just was able to hold his form, to hold his position, to run exactly in the way that he wanted to run over the final 100 meters, that last turn. And my goodness, he looked good there. He's got to be a little bit tired. You know, you had to run fast yesterday in your preliminary heat of the 400. Then he had to come back and do it again in the 200. So he's got races in his legs, but that was extremely impressive.
Yeah, absolutely the class of that field, winning by 3/4 of a second. Bashir Al-Ramahi, from John Carroll, second in that he'll wind up second overall. That second heat was really fast, and it looks like the top 3 from that second heat are going to be the top 3 overall.
Yeah, I mean, these are tough times. This is this is a tough thing for me to talk about because I don't have a lot of experience in it as an athlete personally. But when you know that you have an athlete that's running 46 seconds and you're with the two fastest guys of the day yesterday, you have to think that that pulls those other competitors to even faster times. It pulls them towards being the greatest version of themselves. And so we did see personal bests across the board, across Colin Kenzemius from Wisconsin Lacrosse, a sophomore, 47.60 for third place in a personal best. And then last place, unfortunately, in that second heat, Josh Jeffis, I mean, he ran a season's best, 47.9. Just very, very incredible running.
Absolutely. Grant Nelson, who we saw take section 1, holds on for 4th overall. Yeah, we're doing this kind of piecemeal. Why don't I just run you through the All-American list outright. Alexander Rhodes is your national champion from Puget Sound. Just a sophomore, scores 10 points, 46.71. We're going to be seeing a lot of this young man, not just at the D3 level, but he's competing pretty frequently at the U.S. level. We saw him at the U.S. Indoor Championships earlier. Bashir Al-Ramahi from John Carroll is going to be 2nd place overall. Colin Kenzemius from Lacrosse scores points for that team, setting a personal best in 3rd. Grant Nelson from Bethel in 4th. Jordan Dean, Ohio Northern, 5th. Josh Jeffis from Portland State in 6th. Jacob Miller from Geneseo, 7th. And Evan Lauder rounds out the field in All-American position from Illinois Wesleyan in 8th.
It's got to be kind of nice when you step on the track knowing you're going to be an All-American.
Absolutely. It kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off. Okay, that was some thrilling action in the men's 400. We'll be right back with all the action in the women's 400, but until then, we're going to give you guys a chance to catch your breath, and we'll see you again real soon. Welcome back to live track action here at the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field National Championships, graciously hosted by Nazareth University here in Rochester, New York. Right, we left you with the men's 400-meter results. Now we turn our attention to the 400 on the women's side. Once again, this is happening over 2 sections, and Will, just give us a quick refresher on lane draws here in the 400.
Yep, absolutely. Just like the men's race, these fields were assembled purely based upon times run yesterday in their preliminary qualifying heat. The 3rd and 4th fastest preliminary qualifying times, those athletes occupied lanes 5 and 6 here in Heat 1, with the 1st and 2nd fastest qualifying times occupying lanes 5 and 6 in the 2nd heat. So we saw earlier in the men's that those athletes didn't always equate to the athletes that finished at the top of their heat, but very excited for these women and see what they can put together here over this 2 laps.
Absolutely. Section 1 here is absolutely loaded. So let me run you through lane draws for Section 1 here, and then we'll give you some of the highlights to watch out for. Sarah Schermerhorn from Hope goes in the inside lane. Natalia Sawyer from Buffalo State, the junior, is to her outside in 4. Lindsay Novak goes in 5, and Mackenzie Rezer from Augustana, the senior, goes in the outside lane.
Yeah, interesting to know here, Natalia Sawyer, who's in lane 4 there in that gray uniform of Buffalo State. She was the runner-up in this event last year, so maybe did not have the prelim that she was expecting, or maybe not quite in the form that she was in last year, but very much look to her and her experience in this event to perform very well.
And Sawyer, who one of the storylines here, she's the defending champion in the 60 hurdle. She scratched that event to go all in on winning a new title in the 400. She'll have to do it out of lane 4 in heat 1, so we'll see how that plays out. Also hoping to take home the national championship is Sarah Schermerhorn, and she goes on the inside lane, which is not a great draw for her, but she does come in with the 4th fastest all-time time and All-American experience in this event.
I love the idea of going all in on something new. Who needs to repeat as a national champion, just try a new event.
Lindsay Novak is also a returning multiple-time All-American in this event. So, yeah, it's section 1, but some of the class of the entire field is in this first section.
Natalia Sawyer, maybe better known as a 400-meter hurdler, so she has this strength about her. She can hold a pace for a very long period of time. She's not going to fall apart over the last 100 meters like maybe an athlete who is more of a 200, 400-meter specialist, and they're off.
And we are away in this women's 400-meter dash. We go around the backstretch. It's tough to tell on the stagger, but it does look like Lindsay Novak is moving up to her outside, but everybody collectively hold your breath for the break, and we'll see who winds up in pole position here. Novak making a strong bid for it. We'll see if she can get there. She does not. It looks like Rezer is going to take pole position heading into the final lap of this 400.
We're seeing Natalia Sawyer run almost that entire turn out in lane 2. Those are extra yards that you do not want to give away. But Sawyer's starting to make up ground on Rezer, who is in the front from Augustana. It's Rezer and Sawyer. Sawyer very much trying to catch Rezer, hoping that the 400-meter hurdle strength will play here. But Rezer goes to the arms and drives hard over the final 50. But do not hold your breath. We got all these athletes closing hard, but it still will be Rezer taking the win in Heat 1, 55-85.
That was an absolute smoker from Mackenzie Rezer. She got the pole position, and she held it the whole way, and she's going to have to wait and see. 55-82
yeah, rounds
up.
Down.
It ran 55-82. Natalia Sawyer from Buffalo State couldn't quite get to the top step of the podium, so she'll wait and hope that was enough to get her second overall. Sarah Schermerhorn from Hope doing a lot from that inside lane on the first lap, 56-48 for third there, and Novak rounds out section 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was a very, very smart and savvy move from Mackenzie Rezer, just really getting to the front there, the pole and pray position. We talked about how important that is because we saw the likes of Natalia Sawyer. She ran the entirety of this top turn in lane 2. That's running an extra 2 to 3 meters, and that ends up costing you tenths of a second.
That ended up being the difference.
That was the difference between finishing first and finishing second in that first of 2 sections in the 400 meters. So lots to take away there. Maybe some strategic errors were made, but great racing from Mackenzie Rezer.
Section 2 begins to make some of their final block adjustments, and we'll run you through lane assignments here and tell you a little bit about their pedigree as well. Going in the inside lane from Augsburg, Allison Hookham, the junior. To her outside is going to be Kamaya Wooten from North Carolina Wesleyan. To her outside, Ariella Rogan-Press, the freshman from McAllister, coming in with a 55.97 seed. And out on the outside, it's going to be Bryn Mooney, the sophomore from SUNY Geneseo, 56.16, top seed in this section.
Moving Mooney out there in lane 6 with the freshman from McAllister on her inside. Ariella Rogan-Press was the only athlete yesterday to break 56 seconds, but we just saw Mackenzie Rezer run a personal best 55.82 in that first heat. So these ladies know exactly what they need to do to win a national title, and I would imagine that this pace is going to get out hot. The likes of Kamaya Wooten, she's a 400, 200-meter specialist. We saw her many times on the track yesterday, having that confident pink arm sleeve on the outside there in lane 4. I'm very excited to see what this freshman can do.
Absolutely. This is a big resume-building opportunity for these young women.
Gauntlet laid down in Heat 1, 55.82, the time to beat.
Underway here in section 2 of 2 in the women's 400-meter dash, and we are away clean. Mooney leads the field on the outside, but Wooten is making up a lot of ground on the stagger on the inside, and she'll hit the break with a head full of steam here in just about 25 meters.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this. Kamaya Wooten very much comes at the 400 meters with a speed pedigree. But moving Mooney and Ariella Rogan-Press, they're hot on her heels. Let's see if they can learn from that first heat and not try to run too much distance extra around this turn. Ariella Rogan-Press sitting nicely there in third place. Kamaya Wooten still in the lead with Mooney on the outside.
Mooney moves into the lead at the far turn, but she's going to have a strong challenge down the backstretch. Looks like she's stretching the lead to 2 or 3 meters over Wooten. We'll see if Mooney can hold on. It looks like she will with just about 10 meters to go, and it is Mooney who takes it. We'll get a flash time on the board, 55.69. And that is going to be enough to claim the national championship. Bryn moving Mooney from SUNY Geneseo in 55.69 takes the outright victory out of section number 2.
That was an inspired run from Mooney. I thought that she executed strategically very well, making the pass on the backstretch, not running any further distance than she had to. Kamaya Wooten did a very, very good job of holding off Ariella Rogan-Press on the outside, making Rogan-Press run ultimately that final turn in lane 2. But Allison Hookham, who was sort of not a factor in the beginning, early stages of that race, closed extraordinarily well to come up and finish ultimately in third, a personal best, 56.15. Again, what does it take to get on the top of this podium? It takes the best that you've ever had.
Absolutely. We saw the section champions go 1-2. Bryn Mooney, as we said, takes it for SUNY Geneseo, scoring 10 big points for that squad. 55.69 is what it takes to win. Mackenzie Rezer, who we saw win section 1, holds on for second overall and a personal best of 55.82. The emotion on Mooney's face, it almost looks like disappointment, but I think she's just kind of overwhelmed by this moment. Allison Hookham, who had a strong close there from Augsburg, in third. Wooten in fourth. Sawyer fifth. Rogan-Press sixth. Schermerhorn seventh. And Novak finishes eighth to round out the field for North Central.
That's why we run the race, Noah.
That's why we run the race. Super inspirational stuff there, and we'll update women's team rankings. That's on your screen now.
Yep, MIT again still in the lead by 11 points with 46 overall over Wash U's 35. Distant third right now, SUNY Geneseo with 22 points. University of Chicago sitting, sharing the fourth step with Loris at 21. Wisconsin Lacrosse in sixth with 17. Emory and Wisconsin Oshkosh still sitting there tied for seventh with 15 points apiece.
We're going to step away for just 30 seconds or so from the Golisano Training Center. When we return, we have middle distance action in the men's 800-meter run. Welcome back to day 2 track action at the Golisano Training Center. Hey, I heard you were interested in a middle distance race, and I just so happen to have one for you. Will, I'm just going to run quickly through lane assignments here in this 800-meter run, and then we will get right into it. Trevor Richrine from Dickinson, 151 in the prelims, leads us off. Will Neubauer from Wabash, shout out Crawfordsville in this field. Andrew Hutchinson from Dubuque is here. Cale Showman from La Crosse is here. Hutton Edney from Wartburg. Ben Davis from Amherst. Garrett Ryden of Brandeis and Tor Hotung Davidson rounds out this field in the men's 800, and this could be a special one.
I think Tor Houghton Davidson is going to be running with a bit of a chip on his shoulder after that very narrow miss last night from Chasen Hunt, coming up so close but ultimately finishing in second in the DMR. He wants to bring home a national championship to Lynchburg, but he needs to go through one big formidable opponent here, and that is Cale Showman, and the show must go on as these men toe the line.
And Cale Showman's title defense is underway, getting a little chippy there with the athlete from Wabash. Double waterfall, or single waterfall, excuse me. We'll see where things shake out, but it looks like Houghton Davidson is stretching the outside lanes early.
I like to see this strategy from Houghton Davidson because, again, sort of like some of the other tall athletes that we've seen here, those athletes being out front and being able to run smoothly and extend those long legs is paramount to their success on this indoor track. Coming through 200 meters in about 25 high, 26 flat, it's not extraordinarily fast, but you have three athletes that, shockingly right now to me, Noah, are getting away from this field a little bit, but it is Cale Showman in front, leading Tor Houghton Davidson from Lynchburg.
Absolutely. Richwine looking really strong there from Dickinson as well. But Cale Showman is deciding he's going to do it from the front. But is he just setting up Houghton Davidson for a strong close? The three continue to stretch this field. Hutton Edney from Wartburg is hanging on for dear life in third. We'll see if he can close it down at all, Will.
This is not how I expected this field to react to this pace. 53.29 through 400 meters. That is fast. That is not suicidal by any stretch of the imagination. Cale Showman is trying to send a message right now, but Tor Houghton Davidson is doing everything that he can to maintain contact. With 200 meters remaining, it's Cale Showman and Tor Houghton Davidson. This is Lacrosse and Lynchburg. Lacrosse and Lynchburg right now going 1-2. Cale Showman, the effort starting to show a little bit through his shoulders. Tor Houghton Davidson has his sights set firmly on Cale Showman's back. Noah, bring us home.
We have an epic duel underway here at Nazareth University. Cale the Showman is barreling down the home stretch in hopes of a title defense, but Houghton Davidson swings to his outside. He cannot get around. Eyes on outside lane. They can't get there. It's Cale the Showman from Wisconsin Lacrosse. He defends his title, points to the sky, sets a personal best, 150.08, scores big points for the team, and defends his title.
That was an incredible race and an incredible effort. I think that I was discounting a little bit the splits that they were running early. Coming through 600 in 120 is very, very, very fast, and those men had to fight tooth and nail to hold their form. And what an incredible finish by Trevor Richwine, the junior from Dickinson, almost having the upset of the meet, coming and running a personal best 150.38, 1/100th of a second behind Tor Houghton Davidson. Cale Showman almost breaking 150 on this flat indoor track. That was a determined run.
Absolutely. Maybe Cale Showman listened to our preview podcast where we were kind of hesitant to give him the go-ahead for the double championship, but we'll take you back to that last 50 meters or so. It was an epic duel between Showman and Houghton Davidson as they entered that last 50, kind of neck and neck. On your screen now, you see Houghton Davidson fighting for his life, trying to get to the shoulder. Cale actually looked over a little bit to gauge position, but neither one of them knew what was coming from behind as Trevor Richwine closed down like a freight train. Couldn't quite get there. Cale Showman takes it in the men's 800.
One of my favorite things of seeing in these championships is the athletes when they get to reconnect with their coaches after winning a national championship. The jubilation, the joy, or the overall just excitement that everyone is sharing here. Cale Showman, he's the king of the 800 in Division III right now.
Absolutely. If you were hesitant about his stature before, he has silenced all of the doubters. Let's run you through the All-American field here in the men's 800. Cale Showman is your obvious champion. 150.08 is what it took. Tor Houghton Davidson is back to the national level in Division III and with a really respectable second-place finish in the season's best, 150.37. Trevor Richwine, who ran that last 200 in 27.79, strong close there, finishes third. Andrew Hutchinson also closed in a 27 to finish fourth. Ben Davis from Amherst in fifth. Garrett Ryden from Brandeis in 6, Hutton Edney from Wartburg in 7, and Will Neubauer, the little giant from Wabash, rounds out the field in 8th. Whew, that was a fantastic 800. We'll look forward to more of the same in the women's 800 when we come back to the Golisano Training Center here at Nazareth University. Welcome back to Day 2 action at the Golisano Training Center, the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field Championships. Before we go back to the track in the women's 800, we're going to recap the action in the women's shot put for you.
The women's shot put was a tale of three athletes who had distance between themselves and the rest of the field. And here in third place is Vanessa Utenbrook, throwing 14.75 in her fifth throw. And that would be good enough for third. She could not better that with her sixth round throw. In second place, Janelle Bote from Wash U, the junior, threw 14.96 in her fifth round for an impressive personal best. And Alexis Boykin would not be unseated as the national champion in this event with her third round throw of 15.31. That was an enormous put from Alexis to have her second national championship of the weekend, getting her first yesterday in the weight throw. Congratulations to Alexis on yet another national championship to take home for MIT, contributing greatly to their overall team scores, and they are firmly in the front right now.
I'm sure they're glad to have her, Will.
It does not hurt to have an athlete like Alexis who can bring home 20 very valuable points for your team.
Will, thanks for that recap of the women's shot. And we now take our attention back to the track where it's the women's turn to contest the 800-meter run. I'll run you through lane assignments. Not really lane assignments. I'll run you through the field here. Kelty Oster of Elizabethtown, Kayla Cass from Stockton, Annika Paluska from Williams, Mary Mason from Mount Union, Annie Huang from Johns Hopkins, Denise Thornton-Filioff from Goucher, Megan Bell from Rochester, and Lena Matuk from Augustana, Will.
Yeah, honestly, one of the things I was most impressed with last night was Annie Huang in the DMR. It was really, really impressive to see her put all of herself out there in that race. And so I'm looking for some fireworks from her and potentially an upset here. Annie's one of the only athletes in this field with a sub-210 personal best. She's joined by the likes of Kelly Oster from Elizabethtown, putting a 2:08 to her name, and Megan Bell with a season's best and personal best of 2:07.95 is on paper the favorite, but that's why we run the race.
Absolutely. That's why we wait and see. Megan Bell, class of this field on paper, comes in ranked number 8 all time on the Division III descending order times list. Multiple-time All-American. She finished 6th here last year, and she'll look to step up a couple steps on that podium here very shortly.
Yeah, Megan Bell yesterday, if you recall, in that first preliminary heat, ran very fast. We were sort of shocked to see her go 2:08 yesterday and pulling the likes of Kelly Oster to a personal best in a prelim. It's really, really challenging. I've been in the position of having to run the fastest time of your life to qualify for a final. But you know what? If anything, that just speaks to the athlete and says that you're in the best shape of your life.
Yeah, I think yesterday seeing 3 athletes run 2:08 in the prelims really was kind of eye-opening for your humble announcers in the booth and gave us a preview of what's to come today.
The 800 here, like the 400, is on a 2-turn stagger. So when these athletes come around the bottom turn on this track and head towards the common finish line, the athletes will all come back together, joining one another in lane 1. So hopefully everyone can stay upright and have a clean start to this race, which we do. There's all 3 athletes on the outside turn, or the outside waterfall, are in the front 3 positions right now.
We are fighting for pole position here. Thornton-Filioff looks to have taken it, and she is leading Megan Bell into this second lap as the field strings out behind them. Lena Matuk from Augustana is currently there in 3rd. Now 4th, but Thornton-Filioff, sorry, I'm getting jumbled on my words here, continues to be in the driver's seat, but Megan Bell may look to move right here.
I think Megan Bell does not want this pace to lag at all. She wants to be as fast as possible. Thornton-Filioff, a known front runner, is keeping her foot thoroughly down on the gas. Megan Bell coming up to her shoulder to say, come on, let's keep this pace going. Thornton-Filioff looking very smooth and relaxed there in the front, but Megan Bell, sensing things might be slowing down a little bit, trying to make a pass on the outside. Not sure that's the best strategic move, all those extra yards, but Megan Bell now going to the front. This is going to be a long charge for home for Megan Bell with 210 meters remaining. Megan Bell has 3 to 4 meters on Thornton-Filioff.
That was a strong fight for position between Thornton-Filioff and Bell in that last lap. But Bell really asserts her position at the front, but it may have taken something out of her down the backstretch. She has 5 or 6 meters on the field. She hits 100 to go with no challengers in sight. Could Megan Bell become the dominant force in the women's 800 moving forward?
This is getting crazy close. No, we can start to see the effort really creep up on Megan Bell. Is she strong enough to hold off these contenders? They are out wide in lanes 3 and 4, and they're going to pass her on the outside to a surprise victory. Oh my gosh, what did we just see?
Kelty Oster from Elizabethtown comes out of nowhere in that last 100 to go 2:07 to overtake a fading Megan Bell. Oster, who wasn't on the radar at all in that first 600, just comes alive on the last lap.
Kelty Oster is the exact athlete that we were talking about who ran a personal best in the prelim to qualify for this final. All sights were not set on her. She was running with just the weight of the world has been lifted from her shoulders, no expectation, and comes up huge over the final 100 meters to run 2:07.70, another personal best by over a second to be your national champion.
She had the fastest close in that field. She closed that last 233.13, which was amazing, absolutely. Bell fades a little bit in the home stretch to take third. Replay on your screen. Bell looks to have an insurmountable lead here with 50 to go. And then it looked like Matuk might be the one to come around her, but the athlete from Elizabethtown, Kelty Oster, surprises them all, shocks the world, and takes the win in the women's 800-meter run.
Well, if we didn't know who you were before this weekend, Kelty Oster, we know who you are now. Those pigtails are going to become a symbol of excellence in women's 800-meter running in Division III, 2:07.70, personal best, passing three athletes over the final 200 meters to win your first national championship. Congratulations to everyone at Elizabethtown and Kelty Oster. Noah, run us through those All-American positions.
Yeah, just when you think positions are locked up at 600 and the 800, things just can really change dramatically, and we saw that play out over the last lap. As mentioned, Kelty Oster is your national champion from Elizabethtown, 2:07.70 PB, scores 10 points for that team. Lena Matuk from Augustana, 2:07.85. Megan Bell, who led much of that race, goes to 2:08 to finish third. Denise Thornton-Filiar, who is also fighting for pole position early from Goucher, finishes fourth. Annie Huang is strong fifth. Kayla Cash from Stockton in sixth. Mary Mason in seven. And Annika Paluska from Williams rounds out the field in eighth.
You just love to see it. Personal best for both athletes in first and second. Personal best down there for Annie Wong and Kayla Cass as well. I mean, what an incredible, inspired performance that we just saw there. We got to get her on the pod. I want to know everything that's going through her head right now.
Absolutely. We'll hear from her on the D3 Glory Days podcast in the future for sure. Action here, absolutely electric. The crowd has been fantastic here at Nazareth University. We're going to step away for just a second here, and when we come back, we go back to the fast athletes on the track, the one-lap race. The men's 200 is up next on the docket when we return to the Division III Track and Field National Championships. Welcome back to the Golisano Training Center here in Rochester, New York, and it is my genuine pleasure to bring you another recap of action from earlier in the field. This time it's going to be the men's triple jump competition that wrapped up a little bit earlier. In third place, Hyven Biffett from Montclair State. He's just a freshman, and he would actually go the farthest on his very first jump, which would provisionally put him in first place, 15:10. Biffett from Montclair State goes, and that's a strong mark and a bright future for the freshman. Dontre Senegal from McMurray, the senior, who we've seen a lot of over the years. He saved his best for last, and on his final jump goes 15:33, the senior from McMurray. But the champion on the top step from Cortland State, the senior, is going to be Amarian Hughes. He would also go furthest on his last jump, going 15:35. Bringing another championship home to Cortland State. You see him hoisting the trophy over his head. Congratulations to the full field there in the men's triple jump. eyes back onto the track here at the Golisano Training Center here at Nazareth University as the men's 200 field sets up their blocks.
So yeah, so similar, Noah, to those 400-meter finals that we watched earlier today. These two races are going to be run in 4-person sections. All of the competitors here who made the final made it based on their time performances from yesterday. So the third and fourth fastest performances of the day yesterday will be in lanes 5 and 6. And those two athletes for this first heat are Landon Little, who ran 21:46 yesterday, and Alexander Rhodes, coming back right now off of his 400-meter win just a few out, like maybe more, less than an hour ago.
Yeah, you wonder what he was
going to say a few days ago. It seems like that, but it
feels
just
like
an hour
days
ago.
sometimes up here, Will. You wonder what he was up to back in the athlete warm-down area. Was he warming up for this race, or was he cooling down from the 400?
Do you warm up and cool down, or do you warm up and warm down?
I don't know. I don't do any of it now.
I'm always hot. I'm always hot. Yeah, you got to imagine there's plenty of time back there to drain the legs and go through a little bit of a warm down exercise before the body. Again, it's always 70 and sunny in here, so it stays pretty warm.
Running you through the full field here in section 1 of 2 in the men's 200. On the inside lane is going to be Franklin Akabi During from Dickinson. To his outside is going to be Liam Danitz, the junior from Hope. London Little goes in 5 for Wisconsin Oshkosh, and Alexander Rhodes, your newly crowned 400 champion from Puget Sound, the sophomore, goes in the outermost lane.
Athletes will stay in their lanes for the entirety of this one lapper. No cutting in, no pull and pray. Stay in that lane all the way to the finish line.
Stay in that lane. One lap race. London Little comes in here with the best pedigree over 200. He was 3rd in this event last year, but he's got some serious firepower to get through to better that position this year.
I just saw Alexander Rhodes do a little bit of some dance moves out there in lane 6, showing he's loosey-goosey, ready to go. One national title to his name. Why not go for another?
Another cool moment here for Danitz, the junior from Hope. This is his first ever indoor national meet, so the junior kind of just had to bide his time, but now he gets a shot, and we'll see how high he can climb in the All-American ranks. Away clean in the men's 200-meter dash. Rhodes looks to make a strong impression on the outside. Little to his inside is making up the stagger right away and making a bid for the national championship out of Section 1. He hasn't totally dropped Rhodes yet. Linden takes the home stretch with a slight lead. Can Rhodes make it back up? Just at the very end in the last final meters, Little goes down to the track. I think Rhodes got the edge on him there. We're waiting for a final updated time.
It's hard to tell when someone's Superman's like that, but it was London Little.
Well, we'll see. The full result, yeah, they do give it to Little. And we went down to the thousandths, which is a word I can't say, so maybe you can say it.
Thousandths.
Yeah.
Yes, Little and Rhodes both credited with a 21:46, but the race was closer than it sounds, ladies and gentlemen, with Alexander Rhodes making a very strong play there at the end. He's limping off the track right now, hopefully not sustaining any sort of serious injury, but he does already have some KT tape on that calf or Achilles area. Tiptoeing on that left foot is Alexander Rhodes, and I hope that London Little is also, here's a replay coming off that final turn.
Little made a strong charge early and looks to be running away with it, but Rhodes had a last gasp there at the end, and this turned into an epic duel that was too hard to call at the line. Oh, great run from Little, but I thought they were about to start section 2. I was going to throw it over real quick.
Easy, Max.
Honestly, that fall from Little might have actually given him the edge there and gotten his chest across the line just a fraction early.
You know, there have been attempts made by folks at the World Athletics level for rules that prohibit athletes from diving across the finish line, but I don't think that was a dive so much as it was a true fall, running little more than a controlled fall in its base form. But London Little looks to be no worse for the wear, maybe a skinned hand or so falling on this beautiful Mondo surface. But my goodness.
Whew, okay, that was exciting.
I don't know. All right, I'm just going to go into this right now. I am seeing Alex Rhodes in the infield barely able to put any pressure on his left leg. I don't know how he just ran 21:46 for 200 meters on a flat indoor track without being able to do that. I mean, the grit, determination, tenacity of these athletes is just next level.
And we saw him dig really deep in that final 20. All right, as we turn our attention to Section 2, I'll introduce you to the field, and then we'll remind you of the bubble time. Maxim Rychov from TCNJ takes the inside lane to his outside. Dylan Doss from Illinois College. Sam the Blast Blaskowski from Wisconsin Lacrosse to his outside. And Jeremy Umbogo, the junior from North Park, who walked off the track with a hamstring injury earlier, is taken to the start line with that hamstring wrapped up.
Yeah, we see it wrapped up and maybe even a little tape underneath that wrap. We hope that Jeremy is okay. But again, all eyes are on Sam Blaskowski. How fast can he go today? Is he going to get his second national title of this weekend?
Underway in Section 2. We are clean around the far turn in the men's 200-meter dash. Blaskowski there with maybe a bit of a stumble. Shows the field a clean pair of heels. No one moving up to his shoulder yet. Doss is making the strongest attempt. Rychov on the inside looks to run strong, but nobody here is going to challenge Sam the Blast Blaskowski. He takes Section 2. Eyes on the clock. We'll get updated compiled results. 21:26, and that is going to be enough to take the national championship for Sam Blaskowski. He defends.
That was a determined run, and I'm sorry, a lot of my focus was actually on Jeremy Umbogo, whose hamstring wrap actually fell down and fell off as he was about 75 meters into that race. Obviously, that young man just wanted to finish, suffering from an injury in the 60 earlier today. But Sam Blaskowski made mincemeat.
Is he tired?
I've never seen the man tired, but it does appear as such. The effort finally starting to catch up with him of running 21-2, winning by a large margin to get his second national title of the day.
Sam the Blast Blaskowski is already a Division III legend who just continues to build his resume, and we see him once again making the turn in this one-lap race. Nobody ever came up to that shoulder, and he just powered down the home stretch to defend his title in the men's 200.
Yep, and London Little and Alex Rhodes with their 21:46s from Heat 1. They're securing the second and third finishing positions on the All-American ranks. So running through the entire compiled results for the men's 200, again, Sam the Blast Blaskowski from Wisconsin Lacrosse securing 10 points and another national title to his name, 21:26. London Little from Wisconsin Oshkosh running 21:46. Alexander Rhodes also running 21:46 for third. Dylan Doss from Illinois College, the sophomore, finishing fourth overall in 21:76. Liam Danitz from Hope, the junior, finishing fifth in 21:93. Franklin Akabi During, 21:93, finishing in sixth overall. Maxim Rykov, the freshman from TCNJ, finishing in 22:08. That's good enough for seventh. And Jeremy Umbogo getting around the track, honestly, reasonably quickly for a man who doesn't have a fully intact hamstring. Jeremy running 22:97 to finish eighth.
Absolutely. A class field in the men's 200. Another amazing race. Another national championship for Sam Blaskowski. We're going to step away once again from the Nazareth University Training Center here, and we'll be back with more action from the 2025 Indoor Men's and Women's National Championship. 5. Welcome back to the Golisano Training Center here in Rochester, New York for Day 2 coverage of the Indoor Track and Field National Championships here for Division III. We gave you guys a chance to catch your breath. We took a little break, and now we're back for action in the women's 200 meters.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of athletes here. I mean, Noah, we're getting deep into this championship final day, and we're seeing athletes, a lot of athletes who are doubling, tripling, and I'd say the fatigue is starting to show, but, sometimes also it's just giving more energy. They're giving me championship energy right now.
Absolutely. It's fun to be up here and just see a lot of the same names show up on the track over and over and over again. You wonder what they're doing in the downtime. Just like we saw in the men's, this women's one-lap race will be contested over 2 sections. Your fastest qualifiers from yesterday are going to be out there in lanes 5 and 6, which have shown to be the most advantageous lane draw on the flat track here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, talking about how important it is to celebrate your teammates, how important just the team aspect is here. We just saw Mackenzie Racer just cheering for her teammate Matuk, who just got second in the 800 meters in that big personal best of 2:07, but making her way over in front of the podium to cheer on her teammate while she herself, everyone else that she's about to race against, is standing behind their blocks. So very fun to watch these athletes celebrate one another and all of their successes.
Absolutely. I'll run you through lane assignments here in Section 1. All these names are going to be very familiar to you folks at home who have been following the coverage from these humble announcers. Lindsay Novak from North Central College goes in the inside lane. To her outside is going to be Mackenzie Reser from Augustana. Maya Wooten from North Carolina Wesleyan, the sophomore, goes in 5, and Emma Seipel goes in the outermost lane.
The scalpel. Let's see if she can go get some surgery.
Absolutely.
Come out on top of this heat.
That she is an athlete tripling at these championships.
She's had a busy last 2 days, has Seipel, but what we saw in the men's 200 was that the first heat actually produced 2 of the 3 fastest times of the day. So, the 200 is one of those interesting events where a lot less strategy and a lot more all-out racing.
They get the call from the announcer to take their marks. Can Wooten improve on her third place finish last year? She's 4th all time on the descending order list. And we are away clean once again in the women's 200-meter dash. We'll take a look to the backstretch to see if we can get any eyes on the stagger. It does look to be Wooten making up a few meters on the outside of Emma Seipel as they take to the final turn of these championships in the short sprints. It is Wooten eating up the stagger, and she'll come off the turn neck and neck with Seipel in the outside lanes, but it is going to be Wooten taking section 1 of the women's 200-meter dash. Provisionally, finally, 24:34 is going to be the time to beat. 24:34 from Kamaya Wooten is the time to beat for Section 2.
Kamaya Wooten looks fantastic coming across that line. She basically accelerated away from that entire field over the final 50, charging through the second turn, running with determination. I think, getting a lot of probably confidence watching the men's race go down, saying, maybe I didn't get into the second heat where I wanted to be, racing the likes of Lauren Jarrett, but you know what? Now I'm going to make her chase me, and she's got to do something really special. 24:34 is a very fast time, and similar to the men's races just before this, the gauntlet has been laid down.
Absolutely. I love the way that Wooten ran that race. She seemed to never fade, really. She measured her effort precisely. We saw her start to make up the stagger as early as 50 to 75 meters, but she still had a strong close, and nobody really ever got to her shoulder.
The only athlete in this final who's run faster here on this track is none other than Lauren Jarrett. Lauren Jarrett in lane 5 for this second of 2 final heats of the women's 200. Jarrett yesterday clocking at 24:14 in her preliminary heat, but that was a very good run on tired legs from Kamaya Wooten. 24:34. We'll see what it's going to take to top the leaderboard here.
Absolutely. Lane assignments here in section number 2 of the women's 200-meter dash. On the inside lane from Williams is Rachel Arthur. To her outside, Isabel Peterson from Platteville. Lauren Jarrett, an all-time D3 great from Wisconsin lacrosse, takes to the track in lane 5, and rivaling her once again to her outside is Alyssa Busker, who gets that great lane draw in 6, the senior from Elmhurst.
Yeah, Busker is probably going to want to have a little bit of retribution after being disappointed with her 60-meter performance earlier today. Lauren Jarrett, though, obviously has a superstar to chase on her outside, an NAIA, former NAIA superstar, now D3 standout, but all eyes on the track to see if Lauren Jarrett can contribute even further to more team points for Wisconsin lacrosse and more national championship trophies for her trophy room.
24:34 is the time to beat. Away clean to the sound of the gun in the women's 200-meter run. Can Lauren Jarrett continue what has been a dominant sprinting performance so far this season, so far this weekend? She makes up the stagger immediately over Busker, and she'll hit the final turn and enter the final straightaway at the end of her championships in the lead. Powering down the home stretch. It's all eyes on the clock now. Jarrett takes section 2, 23:95.
Oh. Holy moly.
23:94 rounded down just off the D3 record of 23:90. 23:94, the only athlete in the field to get under that 24-second mark.
Lauren Jarrett has, I would say, arguably better known for her shorter sprinting chops in the 60 and the 100, but really got shot out of a cannon. Her start was incredible. She made up the stagger on Busker within the first 20 to 30 meters. It looked like they were running different races. Busker did a great job holding her form over the final 50, not really losing any ground. In fact, probably making up a little bit on Jarrett over the last 70 meters, but that race was put away early by Lauren Jarrett. 23:95. And I believe, 23:94, a personal best from Lauren Jarrett, being followed by Alyssa Busker in 24:29. Incredible.
Absolutely. Lauren Jarrett just shows why she's the class of Division III sprinting, the queen of Division III sprinting, going under 24 seconds in this field, the only athlete to do so. Let's run you through the top 8, and then we'll give you an update on women's team rankings. Lauren Jarrett takes it with 10 points for Wisconsin lacrosse over Alyssa Busker, second, 24:29. Kamaya Wooten hangs on for third out of Section 1. Emma Seipel in fourth. Rachel Arthur from Williams in fifth. Isabel Peterson from Platteville in sixth. Mackenzie Rezer in seventh. And Lindsay Novak from North Central in eighth. And Will, give us an idea of how that has affected team rankings with 2 events left in the program.
Yeah, absolutely, Noah. Thank you. What we did just see is Lauren Jarrett and Emma Seipel are part of 2 teams that are very heavily contesting, trying to get higher and higher on the podium, escalate their positions there. But right now, MIT still very much out front, although that lead is starting to dwindle a little bit. MIT with 46 points. Wash U trying to close the gap with 37.5 points. Loris in third, given a couple extra bonus points there by Emma Seipel's 4th place finish in the 200, sitting in the 3rd podium spot as the team with 32. Wisconsin lacrosse hot on their heels in 31, and then there's a bit of a gap down to SUNY Geneseo with 22, University of Chicago with 21, Augustana and Elmhurst both tied for 7th place with 18 points.
This is the fun point in the meet where the team rankings start to really take shape, and I can't wait to get another update on those before the 4x400 relays so we can really see what's at stake there. That's a wrap for the individual sprinting events here at these Division III National Championships, and we're not disappointed on either side.
Absolutely not. I mean, lacrosse just reigns supreme, if we're being perfectly honest, across the 60 and the 200 for both the men and the women, with Blaskowski and Jarrett taking top honors in both of those races. But, one of the things that I was really surprised by is how close some of those races actually were.
Absolutely.
And, again, when maybe the expectation is not for you to win the race, but just put together your best performance, these things get closer and closer over time.
Absolutely. We saw the favorites prevail, but we also got some previews for years to come once, Jarrett and Blaskowski have moved on from their D3 careers. So I think sprinting is alive and well in Division III, and we'll continue to watch it progress. But that's enough for the sprinting. We go back to distance events scheduled to go off at 5:40 local time, so we'll keep it here and introduce the field for you because it is a big one. On the track now is the men's 3,000-meter run. And I'll go ahead and just run you through the start list real quick because there are so many of these young men, and then we can dive into some of the storylines as they get going around the track. So bear with me here. I'm going to throw a lot of names at you, but it's important because these men qualified for these championships, and they deserve to hear their name read aloud. Michael Goodenbauer from Wartburg, Gunnar Schlinder from Whitewater, Sam Coots from MIT, Ryan Tobin from NYU, Christian Patska from Whitewater, Adam Linzer from Lacrosse, Chuck Vader also from Lacrosse, Lars DeWall from St. Scholastica, Tim Newman from MIT, Quinn White from Pomona-Pitzer, Mason Shea from Eau Claire, Nicholas Lindecker from St. Louis, Aiden Mathai from Lacrosse, Matt Scardigno, from Connecticut, Emmanuel LeBlanc from Johns Hopkins, Chasen Hunt from Lynchburg, Grant Mathai from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Braden Nicholson from North Central, Isaac Van Westerinen from Cornell College, and Reza Ejgi from Haverford. Will, did you hear any familiar names?
Well, I did hear a couple familiar names because we got to watch these men, a lot of these men, compete over 25 laps last night in the 5,000-meter race. But, let's just call out Quinn White really quickly, the Pomona-Pitzer sophomore, a standout. I thought ran one of the most impressive cross-country nationals that I'd seen from a Pomona-Pitzer athlete in quite a while. So excited to see how he stacks up here over 3K.
And coming in fresh.
And coming in fresh because he did not contest the 5K last night, as did the Mathai twins. And we saw Chasen Hunt, who's down on the track now, ran that incredible 4:04 closing leg in the DMR. But, yeah, I think that I'm very curious to see if the strategy is in any way, shape, or form similar to what we saw in the 5K last night, which was just a strong early pace from the beginning by the twins from Lacrosse.
And they're underway. It's also going to be really interesting to see Lindecker from St. Lawrence here, just coming off that upset in the men's mile. This 5K is just a bonus for him, but obviously he's shown his class.
Yeah, 3K here tonight, folks, not the 5K.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's 15 laps, 3K, an event that is a relative new ad, I would say, because I say relatively new because I didn't have it when I was in college, and I don't like to think that I'm that old, Noah.
There is so much class in this field. It's going to be interesting to see who takes it and what kind of pace they want to inject in the race. So far, Braden Nicholson from North Central is wearing those candy stripes and doing them an honor by taking them through the first 232, which is, I don't know, it's within the range of these guys for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some other events in Division III where the performances have really escalated. I would expect over the next couple of years that the 3K, that the time required to qualify for nationals in 3K will get faster and faster and faster. At 8:16, I think it's one of the easier events. 8:16 was the last time qualifier this year. Probably one of the easier events to qualify for in Division III. But one of the things that we are seeing down on the track right now is these athletes are bunching up, which just says one thing to me, Noah, and that means that it is slow.
Exactly, and it's slow because I think there's a lot of tired legs in the peloton right now. But if you doubted him before, your 5K champ, Grant Mathai, comes to the front of this race, and I think we've seen this before.
Yeah, we saw it for about 25 laps last night, actually, the Grant Mathai show, when he just disassembled that field by sheer will and fitness and ability. Emmanuel LeBlanc had a great 5K last night as well. So those two guys in the front on tired legs. Curious to see if anyone else tries to do something to disrupt their stream of goodwill and good races that they've had on this track over the last 48 hours. But right now, Grant Mathai, when that pace started to lag, that wasn't for him. He's not here for a slow race.
Will, I'm really anxious to see how these Whitewater boys do. We have multiple-time national champion in Patska, who's actually prominent on your screen now as he swings out. He was super disappointed after his 5K result, and he's moving to the forefront of this race. His teammate Gunnar Schlinder is about halfway down the pack too, and yeah, he's part of the class of this field, but I think Patska is going to be out for blood here.
Yeah, I think what we saw yesterday in the 5K from Pascal was atypical, right? We're used to seeing him hang in there tough to the latter stages and then unleash that brutal kick. Chasen Hunt, we also know, is very fit, and he's coming in sort of like Tor did in the 800 earlier today, with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder because they so badly wanted that team victory in the DMR last night. So Chasen Hunt running in about 6th or 7th right now on the outside of lane 1, just sort of covering the moves, not doing anything unnecessary. You know, if you're in this field, Noah, do you sort of expect that this is what would have happened? Or you expect the likes of Grant Mathai after last night, after his victory last night, to be taking the reins of this?
Honestly, I'm a little surprised, but I don't think it's a bad move. Grant Mathai showed us that front running from the front in this field and winning is possible. He showed us he's the best Division III distance runner right now. Why not take the mantle, lead the race through? And he's not running exceptionally fast, though he has turned the screws a little bit. We're running about 65 seconds for one lap of the outdoor track. So, yeah, I like this move.
Yeah, I think 65s is it's a solid pace for everyone in this field. We did not see anyone go under 8 minutes this year, if my memory serves me correctly. I don't have all those sheets right. I'm more in tune with the race than I am with the time sheets. But Grant Mathai right now, after that slow third lap of this race, second lap, has decided that a fast pace is what he wants, and he thinks that of all the athletes that have towed the line for this 3K final, no one can hold this better than him.
And Emmanuel LeBlanc has enjoyed this position too, where he tucks in second, third, and just kind of goes for a ride. The key to his race is going to be finishing it. He takes a little stumble on the rail, but yeah, LeBlanc is positioning himself well. It's just going to come down to how much gas is left in the tank.
Yeah, LeBlanc last night finished second in that 5K with a big finishing kick over the final 1 to 2 laps, running 14:08. And while that wasn't a personal best, that was a pretty extraordinarily fast time for a flat track. And talk about tired legs. We are seeing your mile champion right now sort of being chewed up and spit out the back of this field. Testament to the pace that Grant Mathai is enforcing on the rest of his competitors here in the 3,000 meters. But Nicholas Lindecker, who honestly pulled something out of someplace that we don't have any idea where that thing was hiding to win the mile earlier today. And now we're seeing someone make another hard move off the front. This is Braden Nicholson from North Central. Braden
Nicholson, who we saw pretty early leading the first couple laps of the race, just shot out of a cannon there and put 5-10 meters on. This is an interesting move because it's halfway into the race. Is he going to commit to go the distance? But Grant Mathai didn't really slow down. He's just injecting pace on top of pace.
Yeah, we've got Nicholson here with 5 laps remaining, 1,000 meters, starting to continue to extend this lead. And my question that it's very difficult to tell right now, Noah, are the athletes behind him unable to match this? Is it a suicidal move, or is everyone just tired after the 5K last night? Nicholson, that was a 30.8. That was a very fast lap there from 1,800 to 2K. We'll see what these next splits amount to, but I got to think that someone else is going to have to try and cover this, or this thing is going to be over before we know it.
Yeah, Will, at 2,200 meters into this 3K run, I mean, Braden Nicholson is throwing out panic stations in the peloton right now. Somebody is going to have to help Grant Mathai if they want to close this gap down, because it's only growing.
It seems like the gap is growing with every single stride. Braden Nicholson, wearing those championship candy stripes of North Central, is coming up on 3 laps to go. And he's running 30-point highs. I don't know if he has any idea of how fast he's actually running. The effort clearly starting to show on his face as he grits his teeth with under 3 laps remaining. Grant Mathai sitting in second place with Chasen Hunt a couple strides behind. Hunt more known for his miling chops than anything else in the distances, but Nicholson is out in front by a mile right now.
Absolutely. Eschke looks really good in third right now. I'd love to see him take over and push the pace with Grant Mathai, but Nicholson really committed to this move, and with every second that ticks by in the race, the field runs out of time to close this gap. He's got 25 meters on the field, 50 meters nearly. Eschke does finally move into that second place. Chasen Hunt, who has been on the hunt in these championships, now starts to move, but Will, is it too late?
I have no idea. If I were a betting man, I'd say no. We've seen crazier things happen at this championships where the wheels have unpredictably fallen off. But right now, Braden Nicholson running with the hopes of everyone at North Central on his shoulders, firmly on his shoulders, has a lap to go. And this is an incredible last 1 kilometer from this young man from North Central. And Eshke in second, Hunt in third, giving chase. Obviously, Nicholson is feeling tired from all that hard early running or from the hard middle running laps, and Eshke is starting to close down very quickly, as is Hunt.
Braden Nicholson takes several looks over his inside shoulder. He knows he's running out of gas, but he hopes he has time. Behind him, Eshke is eating up track, but I don't think he's got the real estate. It's going to be Braden Nicholson from North Central bringing another championship to that storied program out in Illinois. And what an inspired, shocking move to grab the reins of the 3K about halfway through and just drill it from the front.
That was very impressive, Noah.
That was really good.
I think that, when you have the likes of Grant Mathai, Chase and Hunt, Eshke, those are very accomplished athletes, and he had the utmost respect for them. So much respect, in fact, that he knew he didn't do something that he's probably never done, and that's basically start running 60-second clip with a mile left to go in the 3,000 meters. The strategy worked. He caught everyone by surprise. Once he established the gap, he just kept his foot on the gas, kept grinding, kept growing that lead. Obviously, those guys behind him over the last 300 to 400 meters closed it down, but it was too little too late.
It seems like the field just didn't respect the move enough. They gave him too big of a gap, and we did see Reza Eshke from Haverford run faster over the last 2 laps, but it just wasn't enough to eat into the gap. I mean, Eshke clawed back 3, maybe 4 seconds over the last 400 meters and just couldn't get there, really couldn't even get close.
Yeah, that was really something. I think we need to talk about how Fresh Legs just won that 3K. Fresh Legs got second in that 3K. And, someone who didn't compete in an open event until this very moment got third. So hats off to Braden Nicholson. That was, I'm seeing the Mathai twins sort of shrug their shoulders a little bit in disbelief, saying, what the heck are we supposed to do about that? What do we do about that?
What are we going to do about that?
I think it was 2 things, Noah. I think that Nicholson's move was one of respect for his competitors, and I think that the lack of a response from his competitors was one of maybe shock and a lack of respect. So I think it goes both ways there, because otherwise there is no reason that there should have been a 70 or 50 meter gap over the final 1 mile in a 3,000 meter race.
It almost seemed like the field was just like, hey Grant, you won the 5K, it's your job to close down this gap. Like, we'll follow you into the abyss. But just nobody was willing to help. It would have taken a little bit of teamwork, I think, there to close it down. We'll run you through the top 8 All-American positions here.
And very quickly, just because it's my alma mater, I'm not disparaging anybody else, but shout out to Quinn White, the sophomore from Pomona-Pitzer, running a personal best 8:14.99, closing many positions over the final stages of that race and really putting himself in contention as one of the top distance runners in Division III. So shout out to Quinn.
Top 8 All-American positions here in the men's 3K. Braden Nicholson is your champion. Reza Eshke, a strong second place there and was closing it down. Chasen Hunt has had a great championships here. He finishes 3rd. Grant Mathai backs up his win from the 5K yesterday to finish 4th here. Christian Patska, just an all-time legend in Division III, grabs an All-American position, as does the sophomore Quinn White from Pomona-Pitzer. Aiden Mathai joins his brother on the All-American podium. And Adam Linzer scores big points for Wisconsin lacrosse there as well. We're going to step away here for a moment before we're going to stay here.
Yeah, we're going to get through those team rankings again here. Lacrosse having 3 scorers there in that men's 3K. I mean, they are demolishing these team rankings. 78 points. That's got to be some kind of record.
Yeah.
Stu, I know, will quote this for us, and we'll report back on that when we return before these 4x4s. Wisconsin Oshkosh in a distant second, half of their points, 39. Lynchburg impressively in third with 29. Rowan still sitting in fourth with those points only earned in the men's 60-meter hurdles. Hurdle U sitting in fourth with 27. MIT in fifth with 22. Johns Hopkins and McMurray both tied with 18 points, and Bethel sitting in eighth with 17. Wow, lacrosse is just crushing this indoor championship.
Yeah, dominant performance here by Wisconsin lacrosse. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody here, but you still got to put it together on meet day, and they definitely are doing that. At 6 o'clock local time, we will bring you the women's 3,000-meter run, and so we'll be back to preview that event a few minutes before it's scheduled to start. Until then, we'll be stepping back here from the Golisano Training Center, back soon with more from the Division III Indoor Track and Field National Champion.
That's him. No.
Thanks for joining us once again at the Golisano Training Center in Rochester, New York. We continue our Day 2 coverage at the Division III 2025 Indoor Track and Field National Championships. Up next on the track is the women's 3,000-meter run. But before we get to that, we're going to toss you back into the field for a recap of the women's high jump.
The women's high jump was a closely contested event, and this is senior from Laura, Sarah Hoskins, who had a clean sheet until she contested 174, clearing that on her second attempt, and so she would be third on countbacks. To this is Serena McNeely, the sophomore from center, also clearing 174, a personal best for both Hoskins and McNeely. McNeely clearing a clean sheet until 174, and that's Allie Wildsmith, the junior, from the Coast Guard, clearing 177, having a clean sheet, and then going after 181, that D3 record. But congratulations to Allie Wildsmith, the national champion in the women's high jump. And now we're back to the distance events.
Thanks for that, Will. We return to our final distance event of these championships, the women's 3,000-meter run. Allow me to run down through this list of 20 qualifiers for this event. Penelope Green, SUNY Geneseo, Jillian Roeder, MIT, Haley Shinnigy from Vassar, Dianara Colon Maldonado from Aurora, Christina Crow, MIT, Kira Rogan from Hamilton, Janie Cooper from NYU, Carter Brotherton from Johns Hopkins, Peyton Steffen from Central College, Kate Sanderson, MIT, Addie Parrott from Central College, Ruhuta Sain from MIT, Nora Holmes from UChicago, Anna Watson from UChicago, Olivia Warr from Washington and Lee, Faith Duncan from Wilmington, Adriana Catalano from Johns Hopkins, Jules Blaskowski from RPI, Evelyn Ballison-Gunkel from UChicago, and Riley Buse from Lewis and Clark. Storyline here, the athlete to watch is none other than Faith Duncan on your screen in the iconic lime green hat. I can't tell if she's got the sunglasses on or not. She probably does. She does, and we're underway here. Faith Duncan has really been the class of Division III distance running, and Will, we saw her put on a pretty amazing performance in the 5,000 last night.
Yeah, we were talking about it this morning, Noah, on our own run, where we struggled visibly more than Faith Duncan did yesterday, but still sort of the race for her yesterday was strange, right? It started out slow, and with about 2K to go, she made her decision to enforce her will upon the field and made that decisive move and never looked back. But, you know, if she wasn't running for a time, if she wasn't running for a championship record, to us it seems strange that she would run as hard as she did over the final 2 to 3 laps of that race when she...
big fall on the track.
Oh, no. Who's that?
We'll get a read
University of Chicago athlete.
Yeah, we'll get a read on exactly who that was. Could have been Anna Watson from UChicago. We'll confirm.
Well, I'll finish my thought here, and then we'll inform the viewers of who the athlete was that went down. That, you know, if you know you have your sights set on doubling back, what is the point of putting that much effort into the closing laps when you're ahead by about 100 meters? So we'll see how she's doing today. She's moving quite effortlessly through this field, positioning herself well near the front. Ballison-Gunkel in front right now. Faith moving into seconds. And it appears as though in third that would be Jules Blaskowski, the sophomore in red from RPI. But yeah, Noah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we saw how important the freshness factor is just moments ago in the men's 3,000. And so Faith Duncan, I would imagine, would want to preserve as much leg strength as possible for her final event of these championships. But maybe she's just so confident that she can win it any which way, and some competitors just can't turn it off. Great running here from Evelyn Ballison-Gunkel up front. She's been known to steer the pace a time or two before, often in chase packs, but she's doing it from the front. Update on the fall from earlier, that was Anna Watson from UChicago, but she has reconnected with a few athletes, and so she'll have a little bit of company going forward. But right now, Evelyn Ballison-Gunkel, her teammate from UChicago, continues to pilot this thing along, and we're running 36, 37-second laps here right now.
Yeah, this is good, strong running from Allison Gunkel at the front. She likes to lead. She likes to set a hot pace, and we love that from her as humble announcers in the booth who get to talk about it. But one of the things I also wanted to point out, the women's scores right now are tallied in at 15 of 17 events. We just have the 3K and the 4x4 remaining. University of Chicago has a number of athletes. Yes, one did go down in the early stages of this race, but Evelyn Allison Gunkel running for the University of Chicago, they are sitting right now at a team score of 6th place. They are 1 point behind Suni Geneseo, and so how she finishes, she and her teammates finish for the University of Chicago, will greatly impact the overall team scorings here.
Absolutely. As we continue around the track at the Golisano Training Center, everything is quiet on the front right now. Allison Gunkel continues to steer the pace at about 37, 38-second laps. Faith Duncan right on her outside. She doesn't mind running a little bit farther in that outside of lane 1, I guess. Jules Bliskowski of RPI, the sophomore, tucked in there in a great position in 3rd. And Janie Cooper from NYU is also up there. And those 4 have begun to pull away from the rest of the field, gaining about 10 meters.
I think that we're probably going to have something similar that happened in the men's race, where the freshness of the legs of the athlete from NYU here are going to probably reign supreme over some of the other athletes who have had many circuits under their belt of this oval at Nazareth University in Rochester, New York. But there's starting to be a little bit of distance there. 3 beginning to separate. Allison Gunkel's pace obviously stressing out these athletes, stressing their fitness, stretching their abilities. Faith looks as comfortable as she ever has, running right there in 2nd place. Not a worry in the world.
Also in this field, just kind of clinging to All-American position, is Haley Shinagi, who was our mile champion just an hour or so ago, and we've seen how tough of a double this can be for the milers to come back. But I'll stop that thought and let you guys know that Faith Duncan has now moved into the lead. Jules Bliskowski is now in her back pocket as Allison Gunkel moves back into 3rd place.
Yeah, we were all waiting sort of for this to happen, as were, I believe, the other competitors in this race. Allison Gunkel's, this is a script that she's written many times, set an early pace and sort of wait for Faith to take over. But Jules Bliskowski, she's young, she's just a sophomore. She's trying to see what does this feel like to make this move with Faith Duncan. How long can I hold this? And if I can hold it long enough, can I pull something crazy out like we've seen some incredible performances already over the weekend?
These pace injections by Faith Duncan are sometimes kind of sneaky. They'll go through 1,600 meters in 4:58. It's not really much of a pace injection, but it's more of a continuance over what Allison Gunkel was doing earlier, maybe just a tick faster. But it's been enough to blow this field apart.
You know what? The final competitor in the women's open mile was 4:58, and they've just come through the first 1,600 meters. We know it's a little bit short in a roughly that same equivalent time, so that is telling you exactly why this field is already stretched out by about 100 meters, and Faith Duncan is beginning to extend her lead. Allison Gunkel and Bliskowski trail behind. Bliskowski beginning to falter a little bit. Allison Gunkel with that very efficient, choppy stride. The University of Chicago athlete starting to make up ground on Bliskowski, and Faith Duncan beginning to extend her lead.
Bliskowski has lost contact on Faith Duncan, and now she's fighting for her life back in 2nd. Allison Gunkel has been revived a little bit by the chance to move into 2nd place. We'll see if those two are able to team up and put any ground back into Faith Duncan. But Faith Duncan is really powering around this track. Her stride is looking really strong, but she's fully committed to this move now. But she's not pulling away maybe as fast as we saw her pull away in the 5,000.
Impressively here, the Division III national record is 9:13:32. That's from a couple years ago from Ella Baran. Fiona Smith has the meet record in 9:25. I believe that we are going to be in for something truly special from Faith Duncan. 9:13 with a kilometer to go. It seems a little bit out of the scope, but potentially the meet record might fall, and I believe that's what Faith is going after, and she is charging hard. She's got 800 meters to go, not letting up at all, not relinquishing anything, and in fact her lead just continues to grow. Allison Gunkel starting to go around the shoulder of Bliskowski, and we have a big race on our hands for 3rd place.
Absolutely. That strategy that maybe we questioned in the 5,000 is now really coming to fruition in the 3,000. I wasn't sure if we were going to see a fast time in the early laps of this race, but we know what Faith Duncan is capable of when she gets ahead of steam. And she now is growing that lead. She's brought 25, 30 meters over that chasing duo of Ballison Gunkel and Bliskowski. Faith Duncan continues to power. She's not showing any strain on her face right now.
The fans here inside of the Golisano Training Center respecting what they are seeing from Faith Duncan. The faithful, the track and field faithful cheering them on, but also all of the fans in the stands who know how many team points is up for grab. Those University of Chicago folks are cheering on Ballison Gunkel as she and Bliskowski exchange positions, second and third and second. Faith Duncan continuing to drive, coming up here with 400 meters to go. How fast can Faith Duncan go?
It's going to be close to that meet record, but this battle behind her is really interesting too, as Ballison Gunkel and Bliskowski run side by side for second. Behind them, there's another battle shaping up. That'll probably come onto your screen in a moment if we get enough time here. But Penelope Green, Kira Rogan, Kate Sanderson, Olivia Warren, and Janie Cooper are fighting for All-American spots behind. Faith Duncan is going to turn the corner with 1 lap to go, and she'll probably start getting into lap traffic.
Faith Duncan slowed a little bit on that penultimate lap, but she's going to hear the bell here, and that is going to put wind in her sails. Faith Duncan well on her way to her second national championship of the weekend, but it's just her against the clock, and Bliskowski is starting to gap Ballison Gunkel ever so slightly. Can Ballison Gunkel rally something back to get some more team points for the University of Chicago? The RPI sophomore beginning to separate from Ballison Gunkel. Faith Duncan with 100 meters to go is just really going after history here, Noah.
Faith Duncan in the lime green cap and the sunglasses, looking to bring another championship home to the Wilmington faithful out in Ohio. Everybody stand up. It's D3 greatness. Faith Duncan is your national champion. She does the double, and it looks like she will take the D3 meet record.
Faith Duncan collapsing on the track from the effort. Ballison Gunkel also hitting the turf. That is, these athletes have all just raced so hard over the course of this weekend. So many laps of this track, the grueling paces that they've been put through, because this is what it takes, Noah. It's no longer just a couple of athletes at the top. It is depth that we've never seen in Division III. Faith Duncan still unable to get herself off of the rubberized Mondo track surface, and my goodness, what an incredible run. I mean, she left nothing on the track.
It was a performance. Faith Duncan came out and she ran the 5K and the 3K essentially the same way, and it paid off both times. And so, yeah, just such a strong showing. Faith Duncan showing she's okay being patient in the early stages and really hammering it home from about halfway out. And so, yeah, absolute carnage on the track. Let's run you through All-American positions, since some of them finished well behind Faith Duncan and off screen. Faith Duncan takes the championship at 9:22. Jules Bliskowski 9:26 in that battle. She takes it over we're getting late into these championships. Evelyn Ballison Gunkel in third. Penelope Green moves up into fourth place in a personal best of 9:33. Kira Rogan also running a personal best in 9:34. Kate Sanderson in sixth. Adriana Catalano takes seventh, and your final All-American position is Riley Buse of Lewis and Clark, the senior, in 9:40. So it looks like we had top 5 all running personal bests.
Absolutely, and this is going to make things super interesting with one event remaining between SUNY Geneseo and University of Chicago in terms of overall team standings. Faith Duncan now with 20 points to her name is also going to catapult Wilmington up into the conversation of a top 10 team. So very exciting for her and for her coaches. Bravo. Faith Duncan running a personal best. Jules Bliskowski running a personal best. Evelyn Ballison Gunkel running a personal best. Penelope Green running a personal best. And Kira Rogan running a personal best. Those top 5 all running PBs in a championship race.
And that does it for individual track action here at the Golisano Center. All that remains are the 4x400 meter relays. We're going to step back real quick, but when we come back, we'll update you on men's team standings and how the 4x4 could impact those standings as we look to wrap up the national championship. We'll be back in about 5 minutes here, 6:20 local time. And see you soon at Nazareth University in the Golisano Training Center in Rochester, New York. Welcome back to Day 2 coverage of the Indoor Track and Field National Championships here in Rochester, New York. On the track is our final event of these men's championships. Before we get into it, let's quickly recap men's scores as they stand right now. Graphic on your screen there. Wisconsin lacrosse is off to just a dominant start with 78 points. Wisconsin Oshkosh second in 39. Lynchburg in third with 29. Rowan in fourth with 27. MIT 22. Johns Hopkins 18. McMurray tied there with 18. And Bethel in 17. We'll go ahead and we'll introduce you to the first section of the field and the 4x4, and then we'll see if there's any team implications there.
In lane 3, that's Dubuque, a quadrennial of Peak, Patterson, Freeman, and Hutchinson. In lane 4 is Hurdle U, Rowan with Young, Agumang, Milliboy, and Hallbrunner. In lane 5, that's TCNJ with Traverso, Atali, Senatore, and Rykov. And in lane 6, that's Wisconsin Lacrosse with Homan, Dornick, Williams, and Konzimis. I mean, Lacrosse is in this, but they have this thing locked up. There's one event to go. They're almost 40 points in the lead. This is, for these guys, honestly, it's trying to climb as high as they can to get more All-American trophies. Yeah, I think the team with the most to gain here is going to be Rowan, because they are just behind Lynchburg, who does not have an entrant into the 4x4, and so we can score some points here and potentially move up. Yeah, if Rowan can finish 7th or higher, yep, that would put them at least tied with Lynchburg in third or occupying that space by themselves. Oshkosh also does not have a 4x4 in this field, but Rowan can't quite get there. Underway in the final event of the men's championships, it's men's 4x400 meter relay. We go around the top turn and we'll hit the brake and they'll go single file. I love watching Marquise Young from Rowan run. He has sort of this heel flick to the outside. That's a very non-traditional look of arms, but it keeps people out of his way. It clears his backside very well and makes someone run really wide to get around him. And this is Rowan running in front right now with Lacrosse in second, and that looks to be TCNJ bring up the rear, but man, these guys are all very closely bunched. Yeah, this is a super close field. It looks like Rowan may go into this last 50 with the nod, but it's going to be nearly a blanket handoff. Rowan does get the baton first. Lacrosse tucked in right behind them. Kind of a messy one from Dubuque there. TCNJ is in third. If Rowan can finish first or second in this heat, they will be occupying the third place firmly by themselves, but they're being trailed very closely by Wisconsin Lacrosse. Wisconsin Lacrosse desperately wants to just bury their competition. You can just see it by them having maybe one of the greatest championship performances of all time in Division III in terms of overall point totals. But right now it's Rowan and Lacrosse, and TCNJ is having a fantastic leg from their second man, closing the gap after a bit of a messy handoff, Noah. Dorning takes the turn for Wisconsin Lacrosse, and he'll look to hand it off to Devin Williams. Agumang hands off in second to Samuel Malwa, and they go around the corner. Dubuque is still in the hunt for second, but Lacrosse just jumped out to a 10-meter lead. Yeah, I do not think that was Agumang who ran the second leg there for Rowan, and we might not have up-to-date names, but it is firmly Lacrosse and Rowan and TCNJ going 1, 2, 3 right now. Rowan doing their best to hold on to that second position. That's Dubuque in third. Excuse me. Lacrosse, Rowan, Dubuque going 1, 2, 3 as these athletes charge with 100 meters to go in leg number 3 with distance separating them, so these handoffs should be fairly clean. Williams runs a great leg there to press the Lacrosse advantage. Williams is going to hand off to Konzemius, and he'll anchor this home behind him in Rowan. That should be Luke Hallbrunner getting the baton. We'll see if he can put any meters into this lead from Lacrosse. Something incredible has to come out of Dubuque to take Rowan out of the second place finish in this heat, but Lacrosse firmly in front. Konzemius looking very, very smooth. Hallbrunner from Rowan giving chase, but there's just too much ground there to make up, but they are firmly in second with Dubuque in third and TCNJ in fourth. It is La Crosse who is going to take this heat. How fast can they go? Can they unseat anybody from the second of two finals here? La Crosse comes with 50 meters to go.
La Crosse takes the turn and ends their national championship bid in the men's 4x400. They take heat number one in 3:12.89, and the crowd just absolutely loves that. Facility record just about a second off the meet record. But Wisconsin La Crosse got to a lead there in leg number 3 and just pressed the advantage all the way home. Rowan should move up in the standings with that 3:15 performance. Dubuque runs 3:17 and TCNJ runs 3:19.
3:12.89 is the fastest time that we've seen from any foursome in the 4x4. We'll see what we have in store with the second of two finals in the men's 4x4, but that was fast.
Yeah, La Crosse doesn't need the points, but you know that program wants to just put an exclamation mark on the championships and take the 4x400 crown and the overall crown home with them.
And this is just some of the stuff, again, that I love in track and field, the convivial nature of celebrating your opponents and competitors. High fives around. La Crosse and the boys from Rowan exchanging high fives. It's just the best. Track's the best.
Track is the best. These guys, while competitors on the track.
Track and field are the best.
Are the best.
Are the best.
It's true. We got to be politically correct here, and it's true. But yeah, these men are often rivals on the track and in the field, but friends off of it. And here we go, Will. This is our final laps of the track in the men's competition this year.
Yeah, and again, we could talk about the team standings. We're definitely going to get some shifting behind La Crosse. La Crosse going home with another team trophy. Again, as we maybe said earlier on the broadcast, I hope they have plenty of room in their bags for all of these trophies. Their coaches have to be pleased with the effort that the kids have put out over the last 2 days.
Absolutely. I imagine when you're this accustomed to success, you start bringing some empty suitcases along with you to haul that hardware back home, and maybe building a new trophy case is in order after this weekend. On the track now is section 2 of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Teams here are going to be RIT, Loris, Cortland State, and Bethel, and leading those teams off respectively are John Elliott, Ted Cruz, Evan Jensen, and Jacob Parent. Time to beat, a reminder, 3:12.89 is your provisional national championship time.
Kanzemia split 47-3. Well,
underway here in what is our final event of the 2025 Men's National Championship here in Division 3, and the teams are running around the track extremely fast. Bethel is looking to upset Wisconsin La Crosse in the men's 4x400.
Bethel was the outdoor champions in this event, being led off here by Jacob Parent. Parent goes to the early lead, given chase by Cortland, but Parent right now with that headband, easily identifiable Bethel headbands on this 4x4, but these guys are slowly starting to inch away from the other two teams in this second of two heats of the men's 4x4. Bethel, knowing that they have a tall task ahead. The gauntlet, again, I will repeat it, laid down in heat 1, and we have not yet seen someone upset from heat 1, but here goes Bethel with a 5-meter lead back to Cortland, and then that would be Loris in third.
Parent hands off to Thompson, who is the second leg for Bethel. They continue to have about a 5-meter advantage, but Cortland is looking really strong. That should be Zion Cheatham as their second leg, but Loris is starting to inch back up to contest for second. Bethel still unchallenged in this latter half of leg 2.
If we could superimpose the first heat over the second, La Crosse started out with a 49-58 lead-off leg. Bethel's lead-off leg 48-33, so they almost have a second differential already, but La Crosse had some absolute firepower from their second and fourth legs as Cortland overtakes Bethel for the lead in the second of two finals.
That was a super strong close there from leg 2. So now it's Cortland in the driver's seat. That should be Harrison Gavalis. It is. He does lead Cortland over Bethel as Victor Lalinga tries to chase down his heels. He's still in contention, but these leading two teams do have about 10 meters over Loris. Man, it's always shocking to me how fast things can change in these relays.
Absolutely, but what we saw yesterday was Lalinga, who had a bit of a struggle on his leg, but he does close down the last 150 meters of these races very well. Curious to see how Gavalis can hold his form. Lalinga starting to struggle a little bit as these gaps, while they are consistent, they seem to grow a bit between teams 1 and 2. Cortland firmly in the lead now in the second of two finals, and we will give you a little bit of context here after this handoff.
My friends, the anchor legs are on the track. It's Josh Jeffis in the driving seat for Cortland.
Wisconsin lacrosse, when they handed off from third to fourth leg, was 2:25.56. Cortland handed off at 2:25.66, so they are a 10th down on lacrosse. But don't forget, Konzemius ran that incredible 47.3 closing anchor leg. Cortland being chased by Bethel. What do these guys have in the legs?
Grant Nelson is making one last charge at Cortland in these national championships. Scott Jeffis is trying to hold on into the lead as they turn down the home stretch for the last time. Nelson coming up on the shoulder. It's going to be close. He can't quite get there. Cortland wins section 2 in 3:12.59. And that
Bethel in second.
In Bethel.
Whoa! It went to the 1,000th between Bethel and lacrosse from separate heats, Noah.
Whoa! Cortland does enough to win the outright championship out of section 2, 3:12.59. What a run from those.
Jeffis closed in 46.94. Grant Nelson ran unbelievably 46.19 to anchor Bethel to a second place overall finish. Unreal.
We saw a lot of heart there from Nelson trying to get back on the shoulder of Cortland. He couldn't quite get there, and little did we know that was the battle. That was a battle for first overall. Wisconsin lacrosse out of section 1 is going to have to settle for third here.
Let's run down these final tally of results from these two 4x4 final heats. For all those who didn't just tune in, you just watched Cortland State run an incredible 4x4, winning in 3:12.59, a personal best for that school. Bethel coming in second by the hair on their teeth, 3:12.89 to Wisconsin lacrosse's identical time, except down to the thousands, 3:12.89. Rowan in fourth, a very impressive run from those guys from the second heat, 3:15.83. Loris in fifth, 3:17.29. Dubuque finishing in sixth, 3:17.64. Narrowly out-edging RIT with 3:17.67, and TCNJ finishing out the All-American positions in the men's 4x4 with 3:19.49.
And that's a wrap of track and field action on the men's side. Our mathematicians are busy calculating final point totals, and we'll definitely report those back to you. We still have yet to come on the track the women's 4x400. We'll step away, but when we return, we'll update you on point standings in that competition and then bring you full coverage of the 4x400 meter relay. Until then, Will and I will see you in just a few minutes. It's the Division III Track and Field Championship. Hey folks, welcome back to Day 2 action at the Indoor Track and Field National Championships here at the Golisano Training Center in Rochester, New York. One event remaining on the indoor track in these championships, the women's 4x400 meter relay. Before we dive into that action, we're going to bring you an updated list of the women's team standings. That should be on your screen right now. MIT is your leader right now with 49 points. WashU 37.5 points. Loras 32 points. Wisconsin La Crosse 31 points. U Chicago 27. SUNY Geneseo 27. Wilmington 20 and Elmhurst 18. This competition much more closely bunched than the men's competition, and there's some potential for movers here.
Yeah, with 10 points on the line in this last event, Noah, MIT has secured an indoor national team championship, so congratulations to the athletes and coaches at MIT. But the battle between WashU, Loras, and La Crosse and U Chicago, Geneseo, I mean, it is close. A lot can happen here in this final event.
Absolutely. There's no time to relax. The pressure is on. Let's see, in this first heat, we're going to have SUNY Geneseo, Eau Claire, Colby, and Williams. So they'll look to have some movers in this championship. Reminder, this competition plays out over 2 heats. Heat 1 taking to the track right now.
Yeah, and we saw Rowan really climb the leaderboard there in that men's 4x4. We saw Rowan jump up to 3rd. We saw Cortland State catapult themselves into 5th, Bethel into 6th with their results in the 4x4. So, you know, Loras is in that unenviable position of having to wait and see. They don't have a dog in this fight anymore, so their points totals are complete at this point. But, you know, we'll see what happens here in this first heat, how fast they run.
Yeah, and that's a big disappointment for the Loras program, who has had a strong 4x4 in the past, but now they're, you know, kind of left to, well, as you said, wait and see. They're not really the masters of their destiny here.
No, sitting in 3rd right now, and that's certainly going to be shaken up. Because the worst that La Crosse can do, unless they are disqualified, is to earn 1 point, and that would tie them with Loras in that 3rd position. But we got to believe that that team from La Crosse has much bigger sights set for themselves.
And there's going to be a battle here between SUNY Geneseo and Wisconsin La Crosse that plays out over 2 separate heats here. We'll see SUNY Geneseo in this one. And we're away in the first heat of our final event of these championships. For SUNY Geneseo, Jill Ambler is the leadoff. Kylie Grabarski for Eau Claire. Callie Zeller from Colby and Bella King Harvey from Williams should be leading off this race.
As the athletes approach this coned brake line, everyone will head down into lane 1. So far, so good. Bella King Harvey from Williams out to the early lead.
Bella King Harvey looking really strong here. If you've got tired legs, you better forget about it, because you just got to get around the track twice. Wisconsin, Eau Claire there in 2nd, as the field is strung out in pretty even increments right now. We're continuing to push our advantage. At the front is Bella King Harvey from Williams, and she'll hand off to leg 2 with a pretty comfortable margin.
Kayla Grabarski trying to maintain as much contact as possible, but that was a fantastic leg from Bella King Harvey for Williams. Williams has a sizable lead. It does seem as though some of the teams behind them did not have quite a smooth handoff as they did, but Eau Claire's Mackenzie Cruz is trying to claw her way back up to the tail of Williams. Williams athlete, that would be Annika Paluska. Annika Paluska running a bit more of a, I'd say, controlled first lap. Eau Claire's Cruz trying to do everything in her power to just close that gap.
Williams fighting to maintain that lead. Eau Claire has certainly eaten into it, but they haven't quite been able to get on even terms just yet. Leg 3 awaits on the track anxiously as these athletes round the corner for the last time in their individual championships for sure. Williams is able to maintain the lead on this second lap. Good run from Eau Claire, but they weren't quite able to get on terms.
Cruz definitely closing ground down to Williams. Eau Claire a bit closer after that exchange than they were on the previous. That was a very strong run from Mackenzie Cruz, if our heat sheets here are correct. Williams, they're running a little bit blind out front, but it's the 400, so just throw caution to the wind and go for it.
Jensen has the baton right now for this strong Williams program, but Eau Claire is now starting to get into the slipstream. They've definitely gained some meters back from Eau Claire. That should be Cakes.
Don't count out Colby, though, Noah.
It's the first time we've mentioned
That's Caitlin Ewald, who has really closed the gap here on both Eau Claire and Williams. The athlete from Colby has now taken to the lead with 100 meters to go on this third leg of the first heat of the women's 4x4.
Ewald has brought Colby back into relevance. I'm not sure we've said their name once yet in this competition, and they absolutely rocket from third to first. And now the anchor leg is on the track, just barely in the zone, it looks like it. But this should be Fiona Mako from Colby, who's going to look to maintain this lead over Williams. Kate Donaldson is giving chase.
That was an unbelievable leg. 55-21 for Caitlin Ewald on that split to give Colby a 8 to 10 meter lead over Williams. And Mako not looking to do anything other than extend this lead and bury the rest of the competitors in this field.
Man, what brilliant planning from that Colby squad, just inserting like a stealth attack on the third leg. Colby continues to press the advantage over Williams. It's not about who leads the early legs, it's about who shows up when it matters. And it does not look like Colby is going to relinquish this lead as they head into the home stretch for the final time. Williams giving chase, but they're just not going to have enough real estate to get there. Colby takes the win out of Heat 1 in the women's 4x4, followed by Williams, followed by Geneseo, and Eau Claire rounds out the field. Colby posts a time of 3:45.95.
We'll have to wait and see on Heat 2 where that lands them in the overall, but what an incredible final two legs. 55.06 for Fiona Mako. Oh my dear, 55.06 and 55.21.
Those were the fastest two legs in the field, and Colby had them at 3:4.
Well, that explains why they finished first in that heat.
It does indeed, but yeah, absolutely dominant run there from the Colby squad, especially the latter half of that lineup, who just went out there and just absolutely got it done.
They were 2 seconds behind Williams at the second handoff and ended up beating them by almost 2 seconds. What an incredible final two legs there for Colby.
That's why I love this event, because I'm up here feeling smart, talking about the top two teams as if they're going to battle it out, and then all of a sudden Colby just comes out of nowhere and just, makes me look like an idiot.
Doesn't take Colby to do that, Noah.
It took us like 6 hours, but we finally got some jokes into this broadcast. So that's it for heat number 1 of the women's 4x4. The provisional time, as mentioned previously, a personal best from that Colby distance, or sprint squad. 3:45.95 is going to be the bubble to win a national championship. Section 2 on the track, composed of 4 teams, obviously Emory, Rochester, WashU, and Wisconsin lacrosse.
Yeah, curious to see what kind of shakeups we get here. And, is it surprising to you that we don't see Lauren Jarrett in the 400? Or is she too much of a short 60, 100-meter superstar that this is just not, they have just too much firepower. They don't need her.
I think a combination of all of the above. I think they really rely on her on the short sprints. You wonder sometimes in the 400, since it's the last event, if you're just like, why don't we just throw her out there? But Wisconsin lacrosse has an extremely deep program, and so I don't think they have to rely on the short sprint national champion.
Well, the podium is about to see a rewriting, reassemblage of a reordering, if you will, of the top performing teams right now. As we already mentioned, MIT has this in the bag, but WashU and Wisconsin lacrosse were sitting 2nd and 4th overall in team standings, both in this heat.
And we are underway in our final event of the 2025 Indoor National Championships. The women's 4x4 100-meter relay, Section 2, Wisconsin lacrosse in that outside lane, looking to press an advantage. WashU looking strong there, but moving up Rochester seems to be battling for the stagger here as we move to the break.
Yeah, I thought Wash U was going to be a little bit closer as we got to one lap left in this first leg, but La Crosse wants to try and do their very best to see if they can't get into that second position as a team and first in this event. La Crosse in the lead here with 100 meters to go, being given chase by Wash U, and I think that's Rochester, the hometown team, looking to impress their family and friends and catapult themselves up as high as humanly possible on this All-American podium.
Clouts hands off to Otto from Wisconsin La Crosse with about a 10-meter lead over Wash U, Emory, and then Rochester rounding out the field. It looks like things are starting to come back together a little bit as Quinn Bird runs an extremely strong second leg for Wash U, as does Kenner from Emory. And it's looking to be a three-woman race down the backstretch. Wash U swings wide to move into the lead.
La Crosse was at once all by themselves out front. Now they're sitting in second behind Wash U. Wash U, who does not want to relinquish a hold on second place overall team standings. Wash U had a very strong start. La Crosse's 56.26 was almost a second and a half faster than the first split that we saw in the first heat. But Wash U and La Crosse are neck and neck with Emory giving chase. And here comes Rochester trying to make up some ground over the final 50 meters.
Everybody still in this one. Wash U does get the baton first, just over La Crosse. It's going to be Christopher from Wash U. It's going to be Jennings from La Crosse battling out in those 1-2 positions. But as we saw last time, you can never count out these third legs to make up a big difference. La Crosse moves back into the lead over Wash U.
Absolutely, Noah. The splits from the previous heat, the fastest split was 1:54 from Eau Claire, who ended up finishing fourth. Their final two legs did not compare to that of Colby, but right now La Crosse and Wash U have a lot of daylight between themselves and Emory. What you don't want to have happen for these athletes, Noah, is for them to get too caught up in that this is the race. No, the race is between them and the clock, because Colby put down a very fast 3:45 in that first heat, but La Crosse has started being hawked down now by Wash U.
You're right, Will. It's got to be gas to post the fastest time to win this national championship. Wash U and La Crosse hand off at the exact same time, but the handoff goes maybe a little more smoothly for Wash U. Kylie Spytek is the anchor leg, but she has not been able to shake Raybrock from Wisconsin La Crosse. These two teams appear to be clear of the field, and they're going to duel it out for the finish.
They're going to need something incredibly special from their anchor leg, Wash U and La Crosse, to have any semblance of an opportunity to best Colby. Colby's anchor leg, remember, was 55.0. The split for Colby at 1200 was 250.89. The Wash U and La Crosse were both 250 mid to 250 high. So we'll see what these two athletes can do with 100 meters to go.
Coming into the final turn of these 2025 national championships here in Rochester, New York. It's a battle between Wash U and Wisconsin. La Crosse, Wash U with the advantage down the home stretch with eyes on the clock in the second heat. Wash U takes it. La Crosse in second. And we see Colby celebrating on the infield because they see the time. They knew they have what it took to win, and they do it. Colby is your national champion in the women's 4x400 meter relay. 3:45.95 is what it took, and they did it out of section 1.
Save the best for the last event. We had yet to see an upset victory coming from one of the early heats in these sprint finals, but Colby did just that. Their final two legs from Caitlin Ewell and Fiona Meiko, running 55.2 and 55.0, gives them the victory. They are baffled. They are shocked. They did not think that this was even possible. But congratulations to the foursome from Colby. 3:45.95. What? I love the 4x4.
I love it too. It's such a great exclamation mark at the end of these championships. And those women from Colby showed up and showed out. Congratulations to Zeller, Heisey, Ewald, and Mexico for forming that winning squad. 3:45 is what it took. Wash U and La Crosse had a great battle, but it didn't quite pan out.
The battle between La Crosse and Washington, though, I think is really indicative of also how important those team standings were.
Yep.
Wash U was racing against La Crosse, knowing that obviously they wanted the glory of a relay national championship, but their team getting a second place team trophy. defending that against an onslaught by lacrosse over the final meters of that race was very impressive.
And that's a wrap for all the action on the track and in the field of these national championships. Before Will and I sign off, we're going to try to update you on team scores whenever that graphic is available. It'll flash on your screen and we'll guide you through it. It's going to take a moment to tabulate scores on the women's side, but the men's side should be pretty well locked up here. Checking in with the official one more time. Here are women's team rankings, which look like they do include the 4x4 now. Thanks to the graphics team for getting that up so fast. MIT, as we said before, did not have an entrant into this field, but they had done enough beforehand. They will be your team champions provisionally, and with 49 points. Wash U and Wisconsin Lacrosse, as my esteemed colleague mentioned, we saw that team battle play out there. Wash U going to take it in 45-5. Lacrosse with 37 points, and Loris rounds out the team podium with 32 points.
Congratulations to all those teams, athletes, and coaches.
Absolutely. This is a team competition after all, so congratulations to MIT, who will host that trophy and take these national championships. We also have men's scores to update you on in just a moment here. Just a reminder that Will and I will sign off eventually, but the live stream will stay live, and we'll bring all the trophy presentations for you guys. So if you want to check in and watch your favorite athletes receive their trophies, you can do so. Now on your screen, you're going to see the men's team rankings. Wisconsin Lacrosse, as we talked about earlier, with an absolutely dominating performance with 84 points. Their brethren in Wisconsin Oshkosh come in next at 39. Rowan riding the points from that 60-meter hurdles, claimed third, and then rounding out the podium with some strong distance performances, Lynchburg in fourth with 29 points just over Cortland.
I am shocked to see Rowan there occupying the third place, but when you go 1, 2, 4, 5 in an event, it's hard to deny that type of dominance. So congratulations to Hurdle U. All it takes is good hurdling, and you get on the podium as a team.
Absolutely. Well, Will, we have come to a close of these national championships. I've really enjoyed doing it with you, first of all, but give me some parting thoughts from your side of the chair here.
I think that some of the most heart-touching moments of this championships has been watching athletes and teams compete together. I love the distance medley. I love watching the 4x4. I like watching the athletes who are finished competing sort of stick around and cheer on their teammates who are still competing, still earning points, still striving to get their team atop the podium. The heart-touching moments again for me, the mile victory that we saw earlier today on the men's side, that absolute surprise from Nicholas Lindeker, 4:06.45. The number of personal bests that we saw today, Noah, was astounding.
Absolutely, Will. Just some amazing, magical moments from these championships. I'm not going to try to recap mine. I'm just going to say my parting words and state that this is my fourth indoor championship on the microphone, and I'm really grateful for every opportunity to do it. I want to go ahead and thank our team at D3 Glory Days, including our photographers out there, including Stu Neustadt, our co-founder back home with his young son, who's amazing, Cooper, doing everything on social media. Thanks so much to my friend Will Lear for filling in once again in the booth. It was just a pleasure to hang out with you all weekend and do the calling. Thanks to our production team, who have been hard at work all weekend. They are pulling extremely long days, and they make all this coverage possible. And thanks to the NCAA for having us all out here. So, yeah, really appreciate everything that went involved and everyone who was involved in these national championships. Thank you guys for tuning in to all of it or part of it. We really enjoyed bringing it to you. And, yeah, that's it. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for Will and I here from Nazareth University and the 2025 Indoor Track and Field National Championships.
some point, yeah. On a reel, at some point I'm probably just going to start pulling it and see if it works. It's a big game. part on this one?